Good morning. Alles klar.
Hello, test, test. Good morning. We will still wait till everybody is inside here. Please take a seat. There are also some seats here in front. Warten noch kurz, ne? Wo ist er? Here are also some seats in front. Okay, I would say, Christina, let's start, yeah? Okay. Yeah, welcome everybody. My name is Steffen Terbel. I'm part of the organization team. We means that WISTA Management, Sciencpark Adlershof, Zukunftsorte Berlin, and also the ClimAccelerator are organizing this event today. We will start with our discussion about shaping the future of the circular economy. Just to say 2 words about Zukunftsorte Berlin, who we are. We are 11 Zukunftsorte. In English it means something like future locations. Adlershof is one of the 11 Zukunftsorte in Berlin. We have a joint association. I'm the head of this association, and we also organize this event, Zukunft mitdenken. It's the 5th edition and the first time that we do it in English. So I'm quite a little bit nervous, but I'm also happy that so many people came to Adlershof today. And yeah, I'm sure that we will hear a lot of interesting discussions and also see some interesting startups. And one of the organization team members is also my colleague Ravat. He's in charge for the Grand Challenges Center here in Adlershof, which still doesn't exist, but is under construction, and he will present the Grand Challenges Center to you because there is a strong connection between this topic we have today and also the Grand Challenges Center.
Good morning, everyone. Well, this would take me a couple of hours to present to you the Grand Challenge Center. I just want to say good morning for everyone. I hope you made a warm travel here, and welcome you in this very special location. Not this one, but the Science Park Adlershof. This park has always been a place for innovation, for research, and for growth. And you will hear during the day a lot of impulses about these 3 topics. The Grand Challenge Center is one of these projects that unify this aspect in the future. I think you will hear in the podium, in the discussion, more about that, and I will be here to tell you also about this project that brings the innovators of the future under the same platform. I hope you got your first warm drink. I think it's most you did not. It's outside on the left side. Yeah. All right. We'll take care of that. Because now I will happily, and I'm very excited to hear the impulses from our podium discussion, and I would like to rapidly give the microphone to Christine, who will gonna lead us through this day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Circular Economy Day. Good morning. I'm very happy that we're starting the day with Zukunft mitdenken. Zukunft mitdenken is an event series by the Zukunftsorte, where we bring together scientists, entrepreneurs, and others who help shape the society of the future and build projects that bring us as a society forward. So, one goal that we have with this event series is to promote networking and transdisciplinarity. So I'm especially excited that today the topic of our discussion is exactly that. How can we collaborate better so that we can make it possible to have a circular economy one day? We put together a multidisciplinary panel today to discuss this, so please welcome our panel guests with me. Dina Padalkina is founder and chairwoman of Circular Berlin. Dr. Frauke Mörike is a researcher at Technische Universität Berlin. Dr. Marek Czekinski is serial entrepreneur and founder of Carbon One. Brandon Goss is Senior Innovation Manager of Tangent by the Trinity College in Dublin, and Roland Sillmann is CEO of the WISTA Management GmbH, who is also the host of this location here in Adlershof. Can we switch? Is it possible that we switch, Dina? Thank you very much. I love to be on the side because I'm the least interesting person to speak on this panel. Thank you very much. So one thing up front, during this event we will have photos and videos taken. If you have any questions or concerns about this, feel free to approach us from the event team at any time. Another thing is that if you have questions, because I feel like with this panel we can go in pretty much every direction regarding new work, circular economy, or Berlin in general. So if you have any questions that you feel are missing for the panel, just save them for the end, and we will make space for a Q&A. But before we speak about the end, let's get started. So to get into this topic, Dina, I believe you founded Circular Berlin in 2018 and have since built a pretty impressive platform where you share your knowledge and resources to push the agenda and also to help accelerate circular economy in Berlin. So now that we are wrapping up 2022, how's it going?
Is it working? Yes. Thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here and also to explain how we work. In this case, indeed, Circular Berlin was actually founded in 2019, but the idea was born in 2018. And since the time we started monitoring how many initiatives we have in Berlin around circular economy and zero waste. In this case, we try not to differentiate. And for us, it's in terms of initiatives, we don't talk only about businesses, it's also about other NGOs, or other educational projects, or also research projects, which are important to ban because we think all these actors bring a lot of value and change towards circularity. And when we started with first our map, it's called ecosystem map, we had identified by ourselves more than 100 projects back at that time, which was already very impressive because we just researched that. We didn't even come in conversation or something. And since that time, our Berlin ecosystem, Circular Berlin ecosystem, grew to more than 220 projects. So now also people discover it and try to add the initiatives back to the map, which for us only show that how vivid and livable this initiative, the topic of Berlin, and how many new projects, new people actually want to develop new solutions in this dimension. But I think from our perspective, we are operating as we are an NGO. We operate in this area as a bottom-up initiative, so we try to give visibility to all this work. But I also don't want to diminish the work of top-down agenda, because also right now in Berlin, a lot of transformation happening towards circularity. Even though Berlin called it zero-waste city, that's what they name it as a main agenda for the next 10 years. And now I see and I really observed that how all these top-down approaches and bottom-up work come together in one or another way. There is still maybe some kind of some kind of challenges to do that, but there is open hands to cooperate and collaborate towards circularity in the city. That's what we also observe with our projects. Like you mentioned, the Gain Guide, that one of the projects was also funded by Senat, but also where we see how much of new people want to work towards circularity, and the city try to support this in this way. That's what would be my answer.
Thank you very much. I have another question, which is to the direction of Brandon and Roland, you too. So with Tangent and the WISTA, you work in different countries and also very different institutions. But as I understand it, you have a pretty much the same mission, which is prep the leaders of the future to get ideas done and go into work. So what is it and what resources is it that you will give young people or new people to the entrepreneurial side for 2023 to get started?
Soll ich? Well, Tangent is part of a university, so from that perspective, our core objective is to educate and to develop skills amongst young people, not exclusively young people. And Trinity College in Dublin would be the oldest and longest established university, but probably also has arguably the most successful research and innovation heritage in the Irish university landscape. Tangent, as an organization, then, is the Centre for Entrepreneurship. So our focus is very specific. It's on creating entrepreneurial skills, not just for students, but also externally. So this collaboration with ClimAccelerator and our meeting this morning with WISTA and all the other stakeholders are out there is a perfect example of how we engage with external partners in trying to develop those skills. develop them on a pan-European basis, not developing them in isolation, which I think is a critical differentiator, particularly when we're talking about something like the circular economy, which is all interlinked. So this pan-European dimension is an important approach, or kind of a unique approach in terms of what we're trying to do in Tangent, what we try to do as partners of Climate Kick in particular, and what we're doing in collaboration with Luvent Consulting in Berlin. So it's a really perfect symbiotic relationship, focusing on entrepreneurial skills, trying to get startups to commercialize or to help develop and commercialize their solutions, get them to market faster, and get them to start to affect systemic change so that those new solutions, products, services, can start having an impact in the circular economy or in the built environment. So yeah, critical focus for us.
And then perhaps I can add, from the perspective of Adlershof, we have something, if you look at something like an innovation chain, then we would come directly after you, you can say, because typically these entrepreneurial skills you really get at universities, at some institutions or something, but then at one day you come out. You have to really build your company, you have to go in a growing path, you need another infrastructure, it gets really important how you can hire staff, what you are doing there, to getting bigger and bigger. And you still need some cooperation. This is very important, especially cooperation to science institutions, to really raise all the times new skills to get new know-how. But this is then our approach. And so the companies that we have here, they are sometimes really young, they are startups, but we have companies here that are already 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, because these have been the startups 10 years ago and 20 years ago, and that are today very successful, and they work together in an ecosystem with the new startups. And this is then the special thing, that you have bigger companies, older companies, you have different disciplines, and you have a really interdisciplinary aspect, how companies can work together, even then with public organizations, even then with universities, just to create growth of the economy on the one hand, and on the other hand, to solve the grand challenges. Because that's very important as well, that we have a mission that we have to fulfill. And as we are the largest technology park in Germany and one of the biggest technology parks in Europe, it's something of responsibility that we have to care about these things and not just do something for growing and for earning money. We have to have impact and we have to solve big problems.
Oh, I would very much like to give a follow-up question to Marek about this. So you have founded multiple companies in the field of chemistry. Which role did chemistry play, purpose play for you? And which role do you think does it play for your employees?
It's actually a really recent question, because I see from the hiring process in our new company C1 is that all the talents which we now have are 100% purpose-driven. In the chemistry sector, the salaries are much higher than in any other branch, so it's not an issue about earning more than more. So they are totally driven by purpose. And because there's a lack of such high qualified people, because of course BASF, Bayer, all the companies which are much larger also are seeking for such talents, has to explain why they have the better offer for them. And we see from our talents that, yeah, they have now other questions than 10 years before.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So we're speaking interdisciplinarity, intervened growth, and purpose-driven work. So Frauke, you're pretty much the expert on this, I understand, as you're researching new work at the Technische Universität. So in 2023, what do you think what do workspaces need, and how do you create a workspace that works in an environment like that?
Yeah, well, we've been. We've been looking at collaboration for the last years, really, starting from collaboration in India amongst consultants, in medical context, or even in the heavy steel industry, and have actually seen that, well, it's not a big surprise, but to collaboration there is not a one-size-fits-all approach. And that therefore, what we have seen that on the one hand, the understanding of collaboration varies a lot between organizations and between disciplines, and that also the idea, when we look at it from a systems perspective, so which systems we then bring in there, is that sometimes collaboration doesn't always mean to provide everybody with every piece of information. So full transparency, for example, that actually this is sometimes also needed in order to ensure that the individual disciplines actually retain their own perspectives, and at the same time to see where systems then can support them. And what is super fascinating in our work so far, and which we're building on for the future, is that we've seen that people are actually having a strong wish for collaboration, and sometimes if the systems don't support them, they're coming up with workarounds. And they might be digital, they might be non-digital, it might be the little Excel files that do the job, which IT people usually don't like at all and see as a deviant behavior, for example. But what we have seen is that actually the workarounds is what really is the essence in collaboration, because this is what comes from the need for collaboration. And I think this is pretty much what we can build on when we're looking at it from an interdisciplinary perspective in the future, that we actually understand that the standard processes that might be there have to be matched up with reality from what we've seen. So therefore, one of the approaches would be to understand how is collaboration lived right now, and where are the deviations to the processes, and then actually start from this with a systems perspective.
Can you tell us more about these workarounds, or maybe give an example for the audience and us on stage so that we can better understand how we can use them to learn?
Yeah, so one example is from the heavy metal production industry, where we did a field research, and we're researching directly on the production floor and with the admin people. And what we saw is, on the one hand, we had this disconnect between the production floor and the administration area. And what we have seen is that therefore the information flow was supposed to go from the admin area down to the production floor, but there was no real capacity to actually bring a feedback on what was going wrong on the production floor back to the engineering office. Now what we then saw, and there was actually a lot of discussion about this, is that the production workers, they have actually then created a workaround by bringing up little flags in the hall between the offices to flag, hey, we do have an issue and we've documented it here, and please now bring this up to the engineering office. And this was just not available in the system, so they basically then found a way how to do it without technology and to bring it basically up the stairs from the shop floor up to the engineering team. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that everyone on stage works in a pretty complex environment. So how do you make information flow in that system? Dina.
That's a very complicated question, because in that system, that's like the question, which system, right? First, we try to work also, our NGO works with a systemic approach on the circular economy, because we believe the topic can address challenges, global challenges of the climate change in the first place. And when we started digging into this deeper back in the past, you discover that there's huge information element behind that. So it's like also for us sometimes a challenge how to get information, the processes, and to be ready to give it back. So it's a big question for us, because it seems like it's one topic, we have it here, circular economy, but behind circular economy there is layers of areas which has to be explored, and individual in each area is in some way or another unique in this case. So for us, we had to prioritize in the first place which information, because we focus mainly in Berlin, We wanted to see who is the target group in Berlin in this case, to understand what is the main challenges for the city and for the citizens. So we try to prioritize our work in terms of different topics, for example, construction, food, and textile. That's what we picked up. There are much more areas which are also important, but for our capacities, that was the first start. And then we start building up our own internal skills on that in terms of also sourcing the information and sorting and reading and giving it back. And currently, our way of sharing it, it's to different levels. Partly, yes, as we all know, it's through social media, because we address a bigger group of stakeholders through that, but also someone who is involved directly with our community, because we also run our own community behind that. It's our memberships. So we try to monitor what their needs, what their questions in this case, and answer them either directly or also try to monitor our content. And for us, what's also an important element here, we don't talk only about businesses here, we also talk about citizens. Because we shouldn't forget that it's also a very important stakeholder in the whole this ecosystem, and sometimes in debates around circular economy, they're a bit left alone in the way like, okay, maybe you're not part of big innovation, then maybe you're not, shouldn't be part of the knowledge, but that's actually the one who's supposed to drive the demand for the topic. And that's what we try also with our information to educate, in this case, a lot, I don't want to say end consumer, because I feel it's more like citizen role, what people should know about the topic. And in this case, it's also information blocked toward this. So this would be the way how we address these issues, but I can talk quite a lot about that because it's a big topic, I would say.
I would like to open this question to everyone on stage. So would you tell us about the stakeholders you're dealing with and how's it going?
Yeah, what I can say from our perspective, so I think most of the time we have not a problem of a lack of information, we have more the problem that there are too many informations available and you have to choose which is the right information. This is often a problem. And what we deeply believe that it's really important for all the exchange of information to create some new thing is that people come together. And so that's important in a company. Therefore, we are there what Frauke told already, that you need this environment in a company that really creates communication between your employees and between the staff. And it's the same in an ecosystem. You need then some communication between the different stakeholders that you have there, between people from science institutes, from public, from startups, from big companies. They have to communicate all the time. And you have to create an atmosphere that this communication is possible. And a lot of things will just happen by incident. But you can raise the certainty that this incident will happen. This is the only thing that you can do. You cannot say the communication will be perfect, but you can give them a framework that it will be more certain that it could happen, that some incidents happen, than when you do nothing.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because it's, we see this in our daily business as well. We have a lot of information in our shared folders about literature, whatever. And it's too much information. And only in this kind of jour fixe events where we're communicating, exchanging, and hey, please look in that folder. Ah, yeah, now I found it. Something like that. So, and that's why you need this space and regular discussions, because at the end, it's a people's business, and that's why we have to take care on the basics in human communication.
Thank you. So while talking usability of information, Frauke, you and I have spoke before the panel about this, not only usability, but also accessibility of information. Would you give us an input for that?
Yeah, I think what we've also looked at is exactly the question of how inclusive are our work environments. And what we have seen is that basically in our context, we do have the linkage not very firmly established between what we call mainstream technologies, so all the technologies that we're working with every day, and assistive technologies, if they're, for example, needed for people with visual impairment. And we've seen that there's a disconnect, and that we're actually losing a lot of potential here. Because of course, what people would do with visual impairments, if the link between the let's say the screen reader and the collaborative software doesn't work, what do? Well, they invest, of course, in additional work, invisible work. They maybe ask colleagues. They may have to shift entire work processes to someone else, although they might be the expert for this topic. So I think this is definitely, we've just been talking actually before about how difficult it is actually to find good people who are experts in their field, and that there's really a battle for that. So I see a lot of potential in the creation of inclusive workplaces and for accessible workspaces and contexts here. And again, it's the question on how do the different systems then work with each other, and at the same time, how do we then also in our work environments know how to interact with each other and our different diversities, not only from a disciplinary perspective, which is then also a benefit, because if we have an eye for different needs, for example, then probably also it will also enable a wider perspective for interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work.
Yeah, I think COVID has completely altered how we interrelate with each other. We were talking about how agile we have been in terms of adapting to the circumstances of COVID and effectively working in isolation for the last 2 years. So, you know, an event like today is the first kind of three-dimensional event that a lot of people have attended for the first time in a long time. So even those interpersonal relationships and interpersonal skills that we took for granted for so long and then we suddenly lost, we're having to kind of refine them and rediscover them. And we realize now the importance of them. When you're meeting with people, when you're trying to do deals with business partners, you know, when you're out meeting investors, when you're talking to students, whatever it might be, all those interpersonal relationships are critically important. And I think it's something that we probably did not appreciate fully 3 years ago. But I think now we understand that living or, you know, working from your bedroom or from your sitting room or from your lounge, you know, 4 days a week is great, but, you know, and you can be very productive and very efficient, but are you actually being very creative with your time? Are you deploying that time properly and correctly and efficiently? Possibly not. You're ticking a lot of boxes, but I think meeting people, getting out and networking and just seeing people in the round and getting a different perspective on things and picking up on conversational cues and body language is a very, very different, stimulating way of doing business than if you were simply on a Zoom screen 9 hours a day.
So I was a student during the pandemic, so I can tell you in German universities we kind of made it work, but there definitely is potential for usability and digitalization. I don't know about the Trinity College in Dublin, but would you tell us about what steps you're taking or what are your projects to further adapt this new remote, hybrid kind of work-learn situation that you're in?
We're probably trying to discourage it because we want people to get back to normal. I mean, of course, technology now has a very important function in how we work and live and play. There's no escaping that. But I think just to add to the point I was making, it's critically important for people to re-engage again on an interpersonal basis. It's very easy to run, you know, a perfect example is the ClimAccelerator that we're running with all of these startups involved from all over Europe. We set a time and a schedule, everybody comes, clicks on the link, and we're all there together. Easy to do, you know, not necessarily easy to keep everybody interested, but easy to at least to meet. You have your slot in your schedule, and then once it's finished, you move on to your next thing. So that's fine, we can all do that, and it makes things a little bit more efficient. But one of the big questions from running an initiative like that, or running any kind of collaborative event, is how much are you actually gaining personally and professionally when you just switch off that link? You know, what added value is there once that screen goes dark again, right? What you do though in an event like this is you develop a relationship with somebody and you're more inclined to follow it up. And it could lead to something substantial. It could be the lucky break you get if you're trying to make a sale or if you're trying to develop a relationship with a new partner in a new market, for example. Or if you're just trying to understand the dynamics of the circular economy a little bit better, because you're getting a German perspective, a French perspective, a perspective from Iceland, etc. Right? You don't get that online. So effectively, what we're trying to do is, yeah, we'll keep those online scheduling appointments in as much as we can and as much as we have to. And if we're working on a pan-European basis, we have to do that. But let's try to encourage these kind of social gatherings a bit more, because that's where the real juice is, if you like.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very much enjoying that we're here today. But as you just said, we have to kind of keep the digital spaces. So Frauke, you're kind of researching that, right? So what are ways that we can give this certain sense of je ne sais quoi to a digital room?
Yeah, we are also starting to research in that, because of course we have seen, yes, we enjoy being at the same place. We see that there are, of course, notions being conveyed when we're face to face. But however, and I can speak not only from research but also to our own work from that. The reality is that we do have hybrid work environments. That means we have a couple of people on site at the research place, and then others working from home or from other locations. So and this is kind of the standard of what you have when you're having meetings. So one step that we have now taken is we've started to create and build up a hybrid work lab, in which we're trying to understand then what is it, how do we need to, first of all, ensure that everyone is, from a sheer technical perspective, visible and audible, which already at the very basic bottom is already not self-evident and self-clear. So that was one of the first things that we realized. Okay, we need to bring ourselves from a technical perspective on the same level, and then at the same time, we're currently trying out what are locations and postures of those people who are on site, in order to ensure that they're having the same or a nivelized exchange with the people that are online. And I think what we're now trying to understand is as well, how well are we able to calibrate the other person, because what we all know is who has already communicated artificial deadlines to someone because you knew that he or she is going to deliver anyhow slightly later. So this is this kind of idea of how can we calibrate the other person, read basically what is going on. And we're trying currently to do this via physical setup in virtual rooms.
What I can add from my personal experience is that although I'm working in a very scientific and very calculating environment, I guess the most crucial thing in our business is really the social component. Because due to the origin that the current problems are highly complex and the easy problems are solved, right? So you need to discuss with others who have experience and are the experts in other fields. And I believe if I were able to build up the social context to all the partners which I have, it would not be possible to do C1 and any other company, because at the end, every collaboration is kind of risk at the very beginning, because you don't know the outcome of the collaboration. It costs you time, and you don't have a signed contract or anything else. So, and there has to be a starting point, and the starting point is then possible when you have a social binding between the people and where you have an initial trust. So then you can make this investment, and then you start the collaboration, and then you can have the output. So I believe that it's impossible to digital techniques to exchange that very fundamental principle.
I would like to add another perspective in this discussion, because I find it's also very interesting if I observe from perspective of our organization, because we work a lot with volunteers. It's a completely different type of collaboration. It means that people give their time, and they also do their full-time jobs in their ordinary life, and usually they're also founders, they're also coming from research fields. So the question, why they come on top to collaborate with their extra time. And I feel like a very important element, I think you also, Marek, mentioned before, it's purpose-driven or motivation. So volunteering means that we really need to keep up with motivation for people to be able to give this time. And I think it's really important, and through motivation, of course, we have common topic. That's exactly what you also mentioned. Like, it's not only about trust, but also like shared values. So they know whom to trust because when they know how we work together, and why we work together. And I find amazing now we have like a team. We call it the team members in our community, more than 25 people. It means that all people who are giving their time voluntary and they have full-time jobs, and most of them, it means that they have also very busy schedule during the day, but they still find this time extra during the week to come together for the collaboration purposes, because I understand, okay, there are some gaps in the system where we on our own with the research projects or as a founders for something we cannot solve. We really need to exchange on that and see how we can do it jointly. And I find it's one element also like what you mentioned in this case, how to bring everybody in one common digital space. And what I also think is important in this case is time, because everybody who wants to collaborate, it means extra effort in terms of giving their time, in terms of understanding this new technology, or how people say that we really need to be flexible. The one who create this collaboration environment, we need to be flexible and understanding and empathic with the time of others in order to be able to be inclusive for this purpose. This, I think, is a very important element that it's not so easy. It's not so easy to establish it, but it's also extra effort for those who are doing that, but it's give a lot of results at the end if you try to establish this inclusive environment for everyone who wants to collaborate.
Yeah, I can only emphasize on this need for inclusive environments, because as we have also seen, this also opens up for openness towards as well technical disciplinary differences, and to be more open in this context, and actually to also calibrate more what we call working misunderstandings, because especially when you're working interdisciplinary, you do have terms which allow for different understandings, and you actually need to calibrate them in order to be really collaborate. And as well then, and I agree with his distinction of the physical space and the online space. These are, for example, then so complex discussions which you can only have in a real face-to-face social context, which is also one of the things that we're discussing in terms of our research project, hybrid collaboration, which also is going to work on the ideas for the Grand Challenges Center, where it's really the question on how do we create spaces for calibrating, especially those difficulties and the working misunderstandings. How far do we need to carry them, and when do we need to clarify them?
So perhaps I would like something to add. So when I started my professional career, this was about 30 years ago, and in this time I learned one thing, that all the companies, they have three issues they have to care of. One is the shareholders, second is the customers, and third is the employees. When I started my career, everybody was talking about shareholder value. Talents were not important. Nobody cared about talents because there were so many talents everywhere, nobody cared about. Then 10 years later, everyone said, oh, customer. It's really important that you look at customer demand, orient on the customers, that's the most important thing. Still, talents, employees, nobody cared about. This was not important. But now, in the time we are now, everybody realizes talents are the most important thing that we have. And if you recognize this, and then you look on fields like circular economy or on Grand Challenges, then you really need the best talents of the world, because, like Marek said already, the easy problems are solved. So it's easy to sell shoes via the internet or something to do this. But to solve climate change, to make something in circular economy, there you really need the best talent in the world. And these best talent in the world, they come not to work to you because they will earn a lot of money. They come to you because they would like to fulfill this mission. They are mission-driven. And they will only stay and they will only be motivated if you can give them this environment to be successful. And they understand that you have to bring together different disciplines. You need scientists, you need engineers, you need business guys, you need experienced people, you need young people, you need public organizations, you need people from different countries. So it's that interdisciplinary, and to create an atmosphere that they can work together and that they even speak the same language is really a hard job. Perhaps it's a great challenge on its own. Just to make it in a simple approach, if you would talk with a scientist, an engineer from a company, and with the sales guy, so you say, okay, we have to solve this problem ASAP. The scientist will mean, okay, 3 to 5 years, then it's finished. That's as soon as possible. The engineer will say in 1 year it's done, and the sales guy say tomorrow. This is just a different thing that you have in one company, and these are only the 3 disciplines. And we have to bring together 10 disciplines or 20 disciplines, different cultures. And therefore, I think it's the main topic to create the management systems that you need, to create this environment, to create a smart way of communicate digital, of communicate physics, to really take the best out of it all. Because the problems are that high that we have to solve. We cannot afford to make some mistakes. We cannot afford to be not efficient. It's just a must that we have to solve these problems.
And one thing which was discussed as well, the environment. And I guess here Adlershof is a very good example of this. Because even when I think about my path here, so I studied here chemistry at the Humboldt University, short after the building was built here in the Institute of Chemistry, or I made my PhD here at the Leibniz Institute for Catalysis, as it was a few years ago there. And then I started into this startup career here, and so now was supported by the Humboldt University and Humboldt Innovation. And that's why I had the chance to have here, to build here in Adlershof, my network with the academia, with the industrial complex, as well with the institutes. And all these people which are met there during the past 20, 30 years are now collaboration partners, because there is a kind of trust. I know there is a short way to go there. And what we are building here is mostly also supported by suppliers here. So one of our reactors is built here in Adlershof. One of our synthesis providers is here in Adlershof as well, so from very different disciplines. And having here a kind of space with short ways, and having the opportunity to just go to lunch, discuss about the next potential idea and so on. Because actually this happens all here in Adlershof. So it's not only imagination, it would be good to have it, it's just would make it possible.
So speaking Adlershof, but also other places where this kind of work works, what are the elements of a place where this kind of work happens? Maybe I'm giving this to everyone.
I think Adlershof is Adlershof is a perfect example of a living lab in that respect. You know, it's a progression from education into practice, research and commercialization, and then creating products and services and creating jobs. So any extension from an organic environment, such as a third level institute, for example, connecting that closely by building infrastructure around that university into a city or into an urban, an environment where that kind of cluster can develop and evolve, and where those connections, as you suggest, can be retained and maintained and developed, and you're bringing everything closer. And it means that you're solving problems more quickly. And it means that, you know, you're combining that so-called hive mind of ideas and imagination and creativity, concentrating it in one particular area where the talent exists, and where a lot of talent coming out of university is looking for a mission. They're not necessarily, you know, obsessed by salaries. They will eventually, but when they come out of university, they're passionate and they're looking for a mission. And climate is a mission for most people coming out of university. It doesn't matter what they're studying, because people are hyper-conscious of the shitstorm that we're currently in, frankly. So if you can harness that energy and that passion, retain it in a physical space, then you're going to come up with some brilliant ideas and great solutions to problems that we're currently facing. It's something that our university is attempting to do. It's doing it in a piecemeal way, but it has ambitions to do it in a more progressive way. It just means capturing or acquiring land, literally, in order to do it. But we have plans to do it in an ambitious kind of a way. But I think Adlershof is a perfect template for us to potentially follow.
Maybe I can add to this. I think it's, in the first place, depends what the purpose the space is supposed to have. Because now I was like, well, there was answer, I was thinking what other spaces in Berlin we have, and also with connection to circular economy. There is also a wonderful place like Impact Hub or Haus der Materialisierung on Alexanderplatz, and or also Nochmol. The idea that all these spaces, they have different purpose behind them. And Haus der Materialisierung is more like a NGO-driven project. Impact Hub is innovation center for where circular economy also part of its development. And I was thinking, what are the components, what you said? I think first of all, it's yes, what is the objective of the space, what they actually want to develop. And I think also that it's actually given the space to the one who joins to explore and be part of this living lab, so that actually the community that fill in the space is able to transform, change, bring their own ideas. And as soon as there is kind of this openness and inclusivity happens, then you see that the collaboration threads also start appearing, because people start finding, the same as example in Adlershof, they start finding other one who is also like-minded. In their way, they start finding the one who is skillful, maybe not necessarily in the space, but then somebody will recommend them further where to search for that. So I think first step is definitely to keep this openness in terms of giving the lead for the one who leave the space, and then also define why we're actually building this community inside, what is the direction of the community, where it's supposed to go, and what is the topic there.
I think coming from one of the other Zukunftsorte from the campus Charlottenburg, I think I can add to this from the perspective of the education, really, because in Charlottenburg there is a very similar approach, of course. And what I believe is, if we then want to have people in, let's say, Marek's company who are open for interdisciplinary collaboration, this just doesn't come after you've got your diploma or your master. So from what we have seen is that it's very important to live this already as or in the study phase with students, so that psychology students collaborate with the engineers, and we have someone from the T-Systems lab coming over, and we have a project together with the Charlottenburg Innovation Center, with the SCHIC Center, so that actually you already directly, also as a responsibility for us as educators at the university, it's our job actually to live and to really live and incorporate openness for not only disciplines but also to practical questions and interactions with industry, to really then have exactly this mindset as soon as people are going out of the university and into their work life, or actually are volunteers in your project. Yeah.
Perhaps to add, when you look on these locations and you look at the scene of technology parks, then we see a lot of parks that are really focused on one or two technological clusters. So they are strong in optics, or they're strong in biotechnology or something like this. And this was totally fine in a time where shareholder value was very important, because for investors it was very easy. They see, okay, I want to invest in optics, I go to a park, they're strong in optics, easy case. That was perfect. It was totally fine in a time where you are customer-oriented, because this customer knows, oh, I want to buy something from a company in the field of biotechnology, so I go to this park because there's a lot of biotechnology there. But when we are now talent-oriented, and we need a park that is more driven from a mission, from mission-oriented people and from mission-oriented approach, and not from a technological approach, then it's not enough to have one or two clusters. Because then you need 5 or 6 or 7 clusters, and then you can bring them together in an interdisciplinary way. And this is perhaps one thing where we see in Adlershof that we have this high responsibility to work on these grand challenges, because in Europe there are not much parks that have 5 or 6 clusters like we have. The most have only 1 or 2 clusters, so they would not have the ability to make this interdisciplinary approach, because they have all this competence already there with these different clusters. And I think that's something that is special about Adlershof and some other parks. Not only have 1 cluster, not only have 2 clusters, but to have 5 or 6 clusters and work on bringing these interdisciplinary together.
Here I can give a next example why this is totally right. An example, my first company was dealing with quantum mechanical simulations, so a totally different thing of what is mostly done here in Adlershof. And I met here in this network of the Humboldt Innovation, I met Martin, who founded here a company as well for laser and opto. And once I meet him, he founded a second company for 3D printing. And once he asked me if we can make some simulations for them, just to understand why the materials are performing that way or that way. And what was interesting then, we met here in the S-Wirtschaft, discussed about then, and when we decided, okay, let's collaborate, because it's totally different branches. And due to the network, we came together, then we make a project, then it was so successful that the other partner of this 3D printing company called Dirk Radzinski, who was also involved in the past in the Humboldt Innovation, then say, oh Marek, oh simulations, it sounds really great and I see the results, it's totally great. Can we work together or expand this collaboration which was not planned before? And in that period of time I was working on this methanol reaction which we invented and patented, and this was the starting point of okay, let's go a step further into a branch which is also not so familiar here, so deep tech chemistry with real pilot plants in that scale. It's not very typical for Adlershof, but within this network it was possible to bring people together from different branches and sectors and then discuss here, meet, and then go step by step. And then he also bring another person, Christian Vollmann, a very known entrepreneur in Germany, who is very well networked in this venture capitalist scene. And then we discussed together, okay, we bring all our experience together, all our networks together, and just push C1 to tackle the big issue on climate change. And this was a network effect here.
So, Marek, you just gave us a great example of what places like Adlershof or Campus Charlottenburg can do, but I think regardless, may it be Adlershof, may it be Campus Charlottenburg, any Zukunftsort, or pretty much any platform that brings together the right people, regardless of what their thematic focus is, they all have the same purpose, which is to bring together the right people. So we've heard during the discussion, we've heard openness, flexibility, but if you want to use a place like this and make it work, what do you need, or how do you approach a stakeholder that you have zero experience with? And I'm not talking like I met him at an event or I emailed her. I'm talking mindset. What do you need to make this kind of collaboration happen?
I guess you have to be a very open, motivated person, because only when you can motivate yourself, you can motivate others to do something for you, whatever. And then, yeah, you need the spirit. And of course, and not only to have the spirit, but the knowledge. Because at the end, as mentioned, we have very tough questions, and you need very deep insights into the technologies, because I see it as well on current discussions, like there are tons of technologies like quantum technologies, quantum computing. There are so many buzzwords out of there, and really, most of the people don't understand what's behind that. And most of the investors maybe also have problems to get into the details, which is totally natural. But I see that having the real knowledge to decide if that's good or not is crucial, not to waste too much money.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I honestly have very many follow-up questions for every one of you, but I would like to give the audience the opportunity to ask some questions. Does anyone have a question for our panel guests? Okay, is it too early in the morning? Okay, but that's great then. We stay here together. So, Dina, what is it that tell us about something that you learned from dealing with all those different stakeholders?
What I learned a lot, also from the stakeholders, but I think it's what Marek said, as I also agree that you need to be open and like in our case, I also try to be example 3 on this. We built up an NGO from 2019, and it was also kind of done from scratch in the way that we were not known stakeholder in the city. And behind that, what was important, and I think in the first stage, to build the credibility in a way what we do. So actually show that we were doing our work, to understand our purpose, to understand our mission, to also showcase the community behind that. And so as soon as we build up a credibility, we understood, okay, we can have a second step and reach out to the city stakeholders, either districts or different municipalities. And it was not an easy task in the first case because there are many other also NGOs, many other great stakeholders doing their work. But for us, it was also important to build this bridge. I think in this case, we also had, like, we succeeded in a project in 2019, also with District Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg, and later was funded by Senat. But in this case, it was a lot of work done in the back end to showcase what we can do, to showcase our community. And also from this collaboration with the city stakeholders, it was also for us learning, okay, now we understand what they want better. Because, of course, before we assumed that, but now we kind of, through this dialogue, we can also understand better what they want and how they work, and it was completely different working environment from us, or just in general, different mindset also in terms of how the work has to be done. And I think that's basically the learning when you start cooperating with very much different stakeholder personas, I would say, that you really need to understand quite quickly how they do their work, what is actually the main driver for them, to understand how we can mutually then quickly proceed further. Because what can happen quite often, you actually knock on the closed door when you meet someone new in this case, and it's not about to give up, so that the door will be open, especially I would say in the public sector, this would be quite often the case. It's always about being persistent in this, but it's also then important to find the right person in the right place with the right mindset, and then to develop from that on. So it's a bit of time investment. That's what we also learned through this work with different stakeholders. You always need time if you want to build very new relationship from scratch, but it also has to be very much understanding why you're doing that, because some developments are like long-term shot, but it works at the end, and you really need to be consistent and persistent in this.
So you already gave us a beautiful insight into your next steps. I would like to ask this to everyone. What are the questions that you're asking right now to better improve your platform or increase the quality of your working environment? How are you planning to, what's your strategy for the next months? Brandon, maybe.
If I was to be perfectly honest, I might say I haven't got a clue. But we tend to work in a fairly organic and fairly fluid environment. My particular role within the organization I work with is more really of an external engagement role. So part of the reason for that is, part of the reason for the fluidity is because we're dependent to a large extent on funding, either from Horizon Europe or nationally from different public agencies, and also from private partners and industry partners. So we only really have a shortish term view of our financial capabilities and what we're able to do or what we can commit to. So we tend to be quite agile then as a consequence. We tend to be able to turn things around pretty quickly and kickstart projects quite quickly. The kind of broader scheme, or the higher level view, would be always to keep communications open with the startup community, particularly when we're looking at specific verticals like the built environment or circular cities or the circular economy in general. So always be responsive to the needs of that particular economy. Always be identifying companies and solutions and technologies that we can bring to market quickly. Always be looking for funding opportunities for companies, and always trying to develop opportunities for companies to come together, either in a formal accelerator program or in a more informal ongoing networking continuum, if you like. And then again, the other dimension within the perspective of the university is we're part of a very political environment, like all universities. You know, it's like a series of Venetian republics. Each of them has their own head honcho, and so there's a lot of stakeholder management that goes on, discreetly and not so discreetly, on a daily basis. But we try to keep the focus, particularly in our, in our organization in Tangent. We keep the focus on the people that we're trying to benefit and the people that we're trying to help. And in my role, that's the startup world. And we're trying to give them opportunities, and as much as we possibly can, add value to those people.
Thank you.
I think from our perspective, what we have seen so far and what I also talked about is that workarounds are essential for collaboration, and they're complex phenomena. And this is actually the starting point as well for our perspective, because for complex phenomena you also need complex research methods. And in this case, one of our next studies is going to be actually a study which is using ethnographic methods, which is actually coming from social anthropology, where you're doing field work in other ethnic groups and other settings. And in this case, we're going to see how the actual work practices and collaboration is being done in a row in a set of different organizations. So that's basically one of the plans to say, okay, well, we need to go into the field and we need to see what the essences of collaboration is in a real life, real situation setting. So yeah, so we're basically, that's going to be the next steps to come up with and to start and instigate ethnographic work, really, if you want, at startup companies, smaller companies, and also bigger ones. So that's coming up on our ends here.
Just before coming to answer this question, what are we doing the next month? I would like to give another answer on the question you gave to Dina before. So what I learned from all the people that you meet. So one of the really nice things in my job is that I really meet a lot of people. And what I learned is that I can really have a positive view to the future, and I can trust that we will solve the current challenges. Because there are so many smart people that have so high passion, that have that high competence, that are really believing in diversity, so that are really open to work together with other disciplines. So these people will solve the current challenges. There I have no doubt. But what is the important thing, and now coming to the things what we will do next month, is how we bring them really together and how we give them the environment to work together. And this is the reason why we work together with Frauke, for example, in the scientific part, to really look from scientific base, how should we design our rooms, how should management be done in these rooms. And on the other hand, we directly change some environment that we have here or that we have in Charlottenburg, and just find out with something to fail fast and try it really in an agile way, just find out what will work. How can we create this environment that they can really cooperate efficient together? And this is the thing that will be done in the next month, to really find out what are these smart people, these passionate people need to be able to cooperate and to fulfill their mission.
So you just told us smart and passionate. I mean, one key ingredient for these rooms is definitely the people who are going to work in there. So for those of you who are putting together teams and who are able to choose your co-workers or your employees, what are you looking for in talent? Because it's such a vague word, I feel. Could you give us some essence of that? Maybe Marek.
Yeah, because I had a lot of HR discussions and we hired a lot of people, so it's very fresh, the impression. So I starting at the very beginning to see if the person is has the passion to do this. So it's, for me, crucial. And then I start to understand how stable this person is. So can I give him some task and believe, okay, he will do this, whatever it costs. And then the knowledge. So I hardly ask them very detailed questions and to understand how they react on that. Even I ask them things which they cannot know, but to see how they react on that. And yeah. And this helps a lot to identify really characters. And when you have a team of really cool characters, then you have an A-team.
Thank you very much. Roland?
I could add something. I think the most important thing is the attitude of the people. This is really the most important thing. But on the other hand, it's not in a way that you can say, oh, these are my perfect employees, and I will get now these, and they will make it. You know, I was 10 years long, I was a coach of a football team. And in the moment we have a championship, and I think for every coach, it would be easy to say how they should play if they have the perfect players. Then every team would play exactly the same strategy because it's completely clear which is the best strategy when you have these perfect players. But you will never get these perfect players. And that's the same with the employees in a company. It's not that you can say, this is my strategy, and now I search exactly these persons and I will get it. No, you have to look which kind of persons you get, and then you have to adapt your strategy due to these persons. And therefore, attitude is important because then they can fit in. But you as management, you have to really look what is your strategy, what is the way you're working, depending on the kind of talent you get. And you cannot just build a talent like you want them. You have to look what is available.
You weren't in charge of the Mannschaft, were you? I think they might be looking for a new guy, from what I learned. One thing we noticed from the university, again, is a lot of graduates who are coming into the workforce looking for jobs. As I said, obviously they're passionate and they're following a particular passion, if you like, initially, but they're also they're highly selective. And they're asking employers to meet their needs more than traditionally what was obviously considered to be the way it worked, which is where the employers told those guys what they need, right? So now employers are finding that certainly well-qualified graduates are basically telling the new prospective employers, right, these are the conditions upon which I will work for you, right? Especially in the technology space, because that sector is so fluid in terms of the roles that are, you know, being filled, and because of the competition for places. And we see that particularly in Ireland because the tech sector employs an awful lot of people, highly qualified, highly trained people. It attracts people from all over the world, particularly, but not exclusively, but particularly to Dublin in the tech space. But those employees are basically saying, right, these are my conditions, you know, take it or leave it. So as a prospective employer, you're becoming much more agile in how you respond to those needs. But you're also preparing for the fact that a lot of those employees only plan to stick around for about 2 years, and then they're out, they're gone, they're going somewhere else for a new adventure, because life's just an adventure in your 20s. So that's what an employer has to now consider when they're taking on new people. It's critically important that the characters that you bring in are aligned with the kind of overarching spirit or culture of that company. So the culture has to be strong to attract them in the first place, but it has to be even stronger to keep them. So if your culture is weak or shallow, they'll be out of there. They'll be gone within 18 months, you know, because somewhere else is going to be more attractive. Because there's a kind of a short-termism now about people and their expectations about work. Work is different. Jobs are different now. They're different than what they used to be. And startups are finding this all over Europe, all over the world. They're finding that it's very difficult to keep people. Right, so a startup raises money from an investor. It has a couple of key objectives. We need 3 key hires. We're going to spend most of our venture capital cash on 3 people to get to the next stage of our growth. So startup founders have to be really, really careful about who they pick, because, as I say, the candidates for those roles are being very, very selective. So there's a whole new dynamic in that relationship, that kind of HR management relationship, in terms of how to build a business and how to keep those employees happy and content and keep them long-term if possible.
I want to add to this discussion a bit with the perspective of circularity, and also with the perspective that when we talk about circular economy, we talk about material world. It's not only digital. And was also given to that point that, for example, when we see our role in this case, it's a little bit between education, the graduates, and how people can get into circularity with the skill set, because we are very inclusive in terms of who wants to participate in our voluntary process, but the main purpose of this voluntary engagement is also for people to get the first experience with the topic, so that people can also step into more discussions for that. They can also understand what could be the potential role. Maybe in the future it's not necessarily circular economy experts who get out from our voluntary engagement, but also who may be further involved in event management, but also with this context. But what I also observed, so this kind of, for us, it's important to people give possibility to gather experience, so that they, in Germany, it's especially important if you apply somewhere you want to prove that you have experience, because then you want to prove you have knowledge. This would be our transition element. But what I also want to mention, we use today a lot of words as a tech and technology, but when we talk about circular economy, we also need such skills as repairability, so people with the hand skills in this case, and maybe they're not necessarily extremely innovative and all possess high education, but this is something which I think in this case very important to consider if you step into towards circular economy development, especially the skills of repair, especially something which is dying out, I would say, nowadays. And I think in that case, it's also the question how we can enable this skill set up for the current transformation if we want to have circular economy in the future, so that we can find these people who are not maybe very passionate. So we talk about all this kind of future generation element, but we forget this old generation that have different attitude to the work, but they have right skill set for the circular economy transition. And I feel like this is part is also very important to consider how to include it in terms of these future ambitions for the grand challenges or climate challenges in this case, and to set up the setup of skills which we had in the past, which is still there, and not to lose them.
Thank you very much. You just gave me an amazing Kickstarter for a whole new panel that we might be planning for 2023. But as you just opened this box with a whole new topic, which I love, I'm going to use this to end this panel at this point, because it's time for a little coffee break, because our partners from ClimAccelerator and also Zukunftsorte put together a very beautiful program of the day, and I would like to have everyone a short break before. So thank you very much to the panelists for sharing your insights and experience with us on stage, and thank you to everyone in the live stream and also here in the audience for sticking with us. So Zukunft mitdenken will continue in 2023, and I will see you there. For our audience here in Adlershof, we will have a short coffee break until 11, when my dear colleague Ron Immink will grab a mic and introduce you into the rest of the agenda. Thank you very much.
not the laser point that we change the presentation.
Will you ask Eliana? I think we do have a clicker. Hmm? Yeah. Sorry. No, the VCs are only 3 as well, so. So you all will be sitting on stage?
Yeah, and I think we can talk from sitting and we don't.
Yeah, you don't have to. No. You can just.
Right.
So we keep it short, snappy.
Yeah, exactly. Super short.
Because you have to run on stage because the going on stage is part of your 3 minutes.
Are you kidding me?
I am kidding. I am kidding.
I have a poster in my hand. I'm not afraid to use.
Oh.
Back on stage.
Are you going to come on stage now, or? Hello, Amy. Nice to meet you. Roland, nice to meet you. Are you going to stand now, are you? You're not going to sit? You can sit if you want. What would you like? Are we ready to rock and roll? So you're very welcome to the next part of this event today. My name is Ron Immink. If you want to remember my last name, there was a hair remover in the old days called Imac. So you can remember my name. For me, this is a special event because I have worked with all the startups that you're going to see pitching for some of them for nearly a year, and this is the culmination of all the work we put in for the last year. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the pitches. But before we do the pitches, we're going to have a presentation of the partners because without them, this wouldn't be possible. That will be followed by the pitches itself, and I will explain the rules. We have red cards and yellow cards because we want to keep a soccer team, because as you know, Holland is playing Argentina this evening. And there will be strictly 3 minutes, an opportunity to ask questions. Then we will have a break at 12:30 for about an hour. You can then meet the startups in the other room. We will then have a panel discussion with a number of venture capitalists, followed by the next set of pitches. The pitches this morning will be circular cities. The pitches in the afternoon will be circular construction. So we have the partners here. They will explain a little bit of what they do and what why they're involved with this program. Anybody wants to start? Ladies first? Amy? Yeah?
Okay, I'll kick it off. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. My name is Amy Oppel, and I work in our entrepreneurship team at EIT Climate Kick. I have the pleasure of working with many different ClimAccelerator partners across Europe who are all working to support climate-focused startups, and they're from different thematic areas and different geographies. So the Climate Kick Accelerator was founded more than 10 years ago and has supported thousands of startups from over 30 different countries. Today we're running 8 different programs. 4 of these are thematic, like the ones that are being showcased today, the Built Environment Circular Program, Circular Cities ClimAccelerator. We also have the Clean Cities ClimAccelerator, as well as the Carbon Removal ClimAccelerators. So these 4 programs support startups across Europe and are open to companies across the continent. We also have 4 programs that are more ecosystem focused and focused on different places. We have the Mediterranean program, Baltics and Slovakia, Black Sea, and the Beyond program. And so I don't forget any, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. The EIT ClimAccelerator supports programs that are focused on combating climate change. And the benefits of the program are what you would see in a classical program. Grant funding, coaching and mentorship, networking and fundraising opportunities. But what's really special about this program is the startups place a major focus on measuring their climate impact and trying to increase and grow their impact potential as they grow their businesses. They are all contributing and have the potential to contribute to something bigger, to something called systems change, which is the mission of EIT Climate Kick and something that we're trying to support the startups do as well. Thank you.
Excellent.
Pass it on to you.
Thank you. Brendan?
I think Benedict's not.
Benedict? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Yeah, I can say a couple of words about myself. I'm Benedict Pollmeyer, Managing Director at Leuven Consulting, and together with this fine gentleman, Brendan, we co-implement this climate accelerator, or these 2 accelerator cohorts. We've started this endeavor last year, had a very, very successful, completely remote run due to lockdowns and so on, so we're extremely pleased that we could make it here today, and grateful that all of you could actually make it to Berlin, some traveling from quite far, which is really appreciated. And yeah, maybe just a couple of words about Leuven Consulting. We are generally international development consultancy specialized on innovative solutions around private sector development, so entrepreneurship, climate action, and digitalization. And so around this nexus of the 3 fundamental action areas, we're supporting startups mainly in developing countries as well as in Europe, and advising governments and public sector clients through numbers of projects, mainly public funded EU, GIZ, KfW, and so on. We're working with them on quite a few accelerator programs, from agri-technology to circular cities, smart cities in Rwanda, and in Europe, mainly with Brendan on a circular transition for the cities, either through the Built Environment Accelerator or Smart Circular City Accelerator.
You want to go, Brendan?
I'm going through the slides, am I?
if you want to.
Have we got an autonomous clicker? Is this a clicker?
I have no idea. Is that a clicker, Eliana? Yes, that is a clicker.
That's a clicker.
Awesome.
You can beam me up, Scott.
So, and I bet you the green button is to click. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
My God, a clicker in a technology park. It's incredible. Folks, listen, thank you very much for coming along. Thank you to Adlershof and to WISTA for inviting us and for showing us this fantastic facility and for making us so welcome this morning. As Amy and Bennett have said, and Ron has said, the ClimAccelerator, in this instance, the theme being circular and also built environment. It has brought together just over 50 startups from around Europe, I think from 13 or 14 different jurisdictions and even more different nationalities. And it has brought us together in a remote environment, and we've gone through several stages of development during the course of the program. So the program has effectively been running for 9 months. The format or the structure, if you like, of the program is kind of similar across all of the accelerators. But the ultimate ambition and objective here for all of us is to make sure that we bring products and services to market and that we break down market resistance in not just in European territories, so we help companies develop markets outside of their own nationalities or jurisdictions, and ultimately try to, more importantly, create products and services that will have a systemic impact, that will actually have a meaningful impact on the environment and affect change. But it can't be done without partners, and the partnership, if you like, or the collaboration, is it's a blend of industry partnership, of public funding, but also what underpins it are the direct collaborative partnerships between, for example, in our case, Trinity College and Tangent, and also with Benedict and his team in Luvent Consulting. So we have a kind of a pan-European collaborative partnership as well, which underpins the operation of the program. But, you know, as I mentioned, without the help of our industry partners, these programs don't happen. So particular doff of the cap to Ed Murphy from Green Tech Innovation HQ here. Who's one
you want to raise your hand, Ed? Just to say hello.
There's Ed there from the county of Wexford, just in case anybody's in any doubt. The city partners as well, really critical. We've had a huge engagement with city partners. They've given us of their time to basically listen to the startups, to give the startups a sense of what their challenges are in their different cities. So we've spoken to people in Dublin, Lisbon, Antwerp, Hamburg, Berlin, Munich. Previously, we've spoken with Copenhagen and also Athens. So we have a good sense of what challenges cities face in terms of the circular economy as well. And one of the objectives here was to try to bring the startups and their solutions closer to meeting the city's needs. So we had a continuous engagement with city partners throughout the course of the program, most of it very, very productive, but certainly enlightening from a startup perspective, I think. So the companies themselves have benefited at different stages from grant funding. By the time they get through to the final stage, the funding has already been committed, but ultimately all roads lead to an event like this, which is the demo day itself. Demo day is, you know, it's the opportunity for the startups themselves to showcase their solutions, but also to practice or to put into practice a lot of the learnings that they would have hopefully made over the course of the program. They would have been exposed to a lot of industry experts or people with skill sets that can help them develop not just the business, the product, how to get to market, but also their communication skills, how to actually present themselves in a credible way, and how to paint a picture that is going to be of interest to either a potential customer or an investor for that matter. Another important component is trying to understand the impact that their products and services have, both in terms of the impact on the environment that the creation of their product and service has in terms of its carbon output, and being able to use that measurement and assessment and incorporate it into their business models so that their business models have a legitimate circular and sustainability component. And this is a critically important part of what we do with Climate Kick. So every company has done a climate impact assessment, and every company has a sense of what their footprints actually are. As I mentioned, big span across Europe of companies, and a very, very diverse mix of themes as well, and solutions for different components within the circular economy. So the built environment is a specific vertical that we recruited 25 companies to participate on. The circular cities piece, slightly broader and more diverse, but nonetheless, lots of overlapping and lots of crossovers. But the common objective here is to look at how to create more circularity, how to increase demand and opportunities within that circular economy. I can hardly see that. I don't know from where you're sitting whether you can see that, but that's a lot of logos. But it just basically paints a picture of the companies that have been working with us and engaging with us over the course of the last 12 months. And some interesting little stats. You know, the startups that we've worked with over the last 12 months have raised a fair bit of money, in fairness to them. But that just underscores the value that they're bringing to the market and the interest that investors have in solutions that are being brought into the circular economy, because the investment community is now listening. It realizes and is aware, acutely aware, that the circular economy in itself is a huge investment opportunity. So we know that big corporate partners are also paying heed and listening and understand the need to be circular. So that figure of 13.5 million, it's possibly a little less than actually the current number, what the current number might be in terms of investment. But it's an indication nonetheless of a very, very positive trend. 150 new full-time jobs created across that portfolio of companies. Great gender balance, female founders, big numbers there as well. And yeah, I think in terms of the opportunities that the circular economy presents, these are good indications of a healthy appetite, both in the investor market, but also in terms of customers and end users who are going to buy and procure those solutions. A couple of achievements we've highlighted. I don't know if these guys responded to the email first or whether they were drawn from a hat. Either way, congratulations, Lightmere, Powerstruct and Reusable Energies for getting up on the big screen. I'm sure you paid somebody off somewhere, guys, but nonetheless, your name is up in lights now. That's just a stat on the process it took from the beginning to end in terms of bringing the companies to where they currently find themselves. And this is just a slide to capture the collaboration between both the people who contributed to the program, the industry stakeholders with whom we've worked, and the startups themselves in terms of the expertise that they've brought to it's a two-way collaboration. It's not all one-way learning. I think we as mentors and contributors and organizers have learned as much from the startups and the founders as they may have learned from us. So that's basically it. We're going to give over the floor now to the founders at some stage.
No.
But what I'd just like to say in conclusion is, I mentioned it earlier, but the value of collaboration should not be underestimated. And the value of pan-European collaboration in particular is extremely critical, especially when it comes to the circular economy, because of the nature of the circular economy and the components and the dimensions and the diversity of that economy. So it's really, really critical that we work together in a collaborative environment, break down barriers between interest groups, and ultimately the value that we're seeing being brought to the market by the startups themselves, and as I suggested, the reflection in terms of investment is a really strong indication that there's an opportunity there from even the most cold-hearted investors in terms of appreciating the value that you're bringing to this economy. So from the perspective of collaboration, couldn't have done it without these guys. We're a team. Believe it or not, we only met for the first time physically last night, despite the fact that we've been working together for 2 years, which is remarkable. I've seen that jacket of Ron's a few times before now, so it is real, which is a relief. So I'm going to hand over to Ron now and wish you all the best of luck and enjoy yourselves through the course of the day.
And you were nearly forgetting Roland. Shame on you. Last but not least, Roland.
Okay, so now you know me already from the panel discussion before. My name is Roland Zillmann. I'm the CEO of WISTA Management. We are a state-owned company owned by the land of Berlin, and we care about different ecosystems in Berlin, and the most important one is Adlershof. We are really happy to host you here in Adlershof because we are totally convinced that Adlershof is the perfect place for this convention. And this is not only because today it's that famous Technologiepark, it's because of the history of Adlershof. Even more than 100 years ago in Adlershof, there were already pioneers working that had the will to shape the future through to technology. Because 100 years ago, this was an airfield where we are here today, and it was the first airfield in Germany, the second in Europe. And in this time in an airfield, you did not only fly planes, you have to construct them, you have to research about them, and you have to build them. And for example, the well-known Brothers Wright from the United States, they built 80 planes in their life, and 60 of these 80s were built here, and they fly here. So already there, 100 years ago, there were people that had really the aim to shape the future through technology. And there was already the deep convincce that it must make sense to integrate science in this field. And so where we are sitting here, this is the founding building of today one of the most important German research centers, the German Center for Aeronautics and Aerospace, the DLR called, where there are in the meantime 11 institutes all over Germany. So this was the place where it was founded. And since then, all the time here it was about innovation, about growth, about economics, and about science. And so I think today is a good point where you can say in an old tradition of really making the world better for the future, you are all here. You should come together, you should discuss, and all of you has the possibility to make the world a little bit better than it is in the moment. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Lovely ending. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now, yes. We're now getting to the really exciting part, which are the pitches. I will explain you how it's going to work. They have 3 minutes to pitch. After 3 minutes, they will get to see the red card, and they have to stop mid-sentence if needs be. Then there will be 3 minutes for Q&A, and we will do that over and over again. So we'll call the people on stage, they will do the 3 minutes, they get the 3 minutes of Q&A, next person arrives, that's the same thing, and we will have 8 pitches to watch. So can I ask you to leave the stage, and will I invite the first, and that is Panos with 2050 materials. Thank you, Benedict. Whatever you want. Ready to rock? Timer on.
Does this work? Yeah. It does work, yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
Great.
Isn't technology fantastic?
All right.
There you go.
Okay. Really great to be here. My name is Fanos. I'm one of the co-founders of 2050 Materials. So what do we do at 2050 Materials? Essentially, we take all of the targets of the real estate investors around net zero, circular economy, all of those things, and we turn them into actionable, a list of actions essentially that people on the ground actually building buildings can do to achieve them. Now this all started because a couple of years ago I was working with some of these investors, helping them set their strategies for 2050, and I come from a background or from a family of architects and people in the building material sector, and I quickly realized there's no solutions in the space. That's when I reached out to my co-founder Stefanos, who had been working in London for 10 years in huge construction projects, and we said this is a problem worth solving, and then we met very quickly Chandra, our co-founder and CTO. Now, the actual problem we're handling is that embodied carbon emissions, or some investors might know them as Scope 3 emissions, need to reduce by 96% in the next 8 years, and that's an absolutely massive target. And to do that, investors, designers, and manufacturers need to communicate and work with the same data. Unfortunately, the biggest puzzle, the biggest component of that and the most important piece of the puzzle, which is the manufacturer data, is currently a mess. It's all over the place and it's analog. Now, we've built a platform that brings those three stakeholders together and solves the problem. On the one side, manufacturers digitize all of the sustainability data that they have, and we put it in a format that is easy to understand and consume by architects and investors. Then architects, contractors, and everyone who's working with building materials can actually research, compare, and specify sustainable products that reach the targets that the clients are setting. And then finally, owners can actually, in real time, track and look at the progress of the project and provide their input in order to achieve their ESG goals. Okay, I have a minute. So these kind of decisions have a huge impact. We estimate that at scale, our solution globally could remove or could contribute to removing 1.8 gigatons of emissions. And from a business model perspective, we currently work with the manufacturers, which is a very good opportunity, but also creates very nice network effects because it increases the user base, which is the designers and contractors on our side. We have an actual product that's live, and it's used by almost 700 companies in the UK, and we are more than happy to have already some paying customers and a pretty good traction. Thank you for the time, and I'm happy to take questions now and later.
Awesome, well done, thank you. Any questions? Ed?
Going forward, what is your biggest obstacle in the next year to development and making this a commercially viable business?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the biggest obstacle we see right now is that investors are talking a lot about ESG targets, but still we see a big obstacle in following up to see whether those targets have been implemented. So the biggest demand for what we are building is really the market moving towards setting and tracking the targets. So the biggest obstacle we have is not a technological one, but it's one that depends a little bit on how fast the market is moving towards this net zero, climate neutral future.
Any other questions?
Can I just follow up on that? I just want to ask, just not quite sure who pays. Who pays, and is there enough of the people who pay out there to pay and make it a worthwhile venture?
Also a very good question. Currently, it's the supplier side of the platform that pays. So they pay an initial low listing fee, but they pay to generate leads. And currently, it is a very big market because suppliers have been working with builders, whereas now they need access to the clients, so the real estate investors and the architects, because that is where the demand for greener products is. In the long run, the potential is much bigger because the data that we're handling and structuring has a huge potential to input into a bunch of places, from BIM software to what real estate investors are using to set the targets to a bunch of other applications we're seeing.
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. Super interesting what you're doing, actually. So my question is, I think, like, on the one hand, of course, you have the material and the material composition, which has an effect on like the CO2 emission. But on the other hand, you also have the composition or the design of the building. Is this something you try to implement in the software, or like giving the architecture also the opportunity to rethink how they design the building? Is this something you implement or plan to implement?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question, because it's not about the materials, it's about what you're considering when you're putting materials together. So even though the main product we have out now and it's actively being used is more like a catalog, what actually is most of the value is putting together the materials and understanding, okay, what is my impact and which decision or change of decisions would actually be the lowest hanging fruits. So we very much have tools already that kind of help architects understand, what is the lowest carbon impact. But that's why I talked about the data. I think that the data really allows us to give indications and do a little bit of hand-holding to the architects and the designers in a format that they can reduce up to 40% of their emission before actually creating a model in BIM or anything like that.
Yeah, just one follow-up on it.
Nope.
Yeah, that's...
Nope.
No?
Nope. Over.
We can
Thank
catch
you.
up.
Well done.
He was...
Next one, please. Thank you. Panos. for the matter, Nicolaus. Timer on. Go for it.
It doesn't work.
The green button.
Yes, the green button. Oh.
There you go. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go.
Hello. I'm from For the Matter. My name is Nikos. On the left, you see hundreds of ancient plastics waste that were disposed 30 years ago in my favorite Yanniskari beach in Greece. Then I thought, can we transform these wastes into plants? In For the Matter, we came out with a sophisticated idea in order to create biopolymers that can be transformed into plants and, of course, are non-toxic. Grow materials and foams actually are disposed on the soil, and they actually are biodegradable under natural conditions, and then we produce plants, therefore food or biomass, instead of microplastics and dangerous chemicals. Grow materials also can penetrate different markets. However, we are going to compete polycarbonate sheets in the promotional stands and premium packaging of merchandising industry, which values more than 1 billion euros. And our first target client will be in the biological food industry. And what we offer an optimum material in order to minimize the footprint of these companies to the environment using, let's say, a zero-waste approach in the entire supply chain. If we replace polycarbonate, 1 cubic meter of polycarbonate, then we save 7 tons of CO2 and 2,000 euros in environmental damages. The price of our materials is more or less 25 to 40% less than polycarbonate, and we believe that we are very competitive because we combine the biodegradability with a plantable material with competitive cost. The team is our strength. My name is Nikolaos Athanasopoulos. I have a PhD in materials and 13 years of experience in material science and smart materials. Mr. Stavros Tsobanidis is a co-founder with more than 7 years in business development of a material startup company. Maria is our chemist. We need more than 300,000 euros in order to finalize, in order to complete the upscale and the commercialization. However, the big dream and our vision is to compete polystyrene packaging using the grow materials. Customers are better with us because we offer an optimum solution for the sustainability impact, and that's all for me. Make flowers, not waste.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Questions? Anybody?
Thank you very much. Great pitch. Can you tell me more about the pilot project that you have mentioned 2 slides before?
Okay. That one, or?
The one you want to do in 2023.
Ah, okay.
You're wasting time.
No, this is actually the replacement of polycarbonate. The replacement of polycarbonate. Actually, we would like to replace this material in promotional stand and premium packaging because this is a huge waste stream. They don't have specific policies and specifications, and actually they throw it in the junkyard yard, in the garbages. Through this approach, actually, they can throw this material in the yard or anywhere else, and the material biodegrades and grows. Also, we should stress that any waste, our wastes, the manufacturer of the POP, of these stands, and also the retailer have no waste because all this waste biodegrades and grow into plants. This is the zero waste approach. You don't need to transfer the materials in order to recycle it or anything else.
Go for it.
maybe you can explain a bit more about the technology, because I didn't really understood the technology
Excuse
yet.
me, louder.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Maybe you can explain your technology a bit better, also like feedstock-wise. I didn't understood it yet.
We use wastes from fish industry as a polymer and natural fibers and specific seeds in order to create with a very special technology, the focus, in order to create these core materials. The density is tailored. That means that we can achieve 15 kilos per cubic meter until to 800 kilos per cubic meter. That means tailored strength, tailored density, tailored cost.
That's it. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Next one on stage, Colette, arcology. Ready to rock? Green button to get to your presentation. Deep breath.
The big green button.
There you go.
Hi, good morning. Empty spaces are a global property dilemma. The rise of remote work has caused strain for both developers and tenants, and buildings can no longer be demolished. They're also very expensive to adapt to new uses. REITs and landlords also have to, REITs and landlords also have assets that aren't performing, and tenants are looking to realign their properties with the hybrid working. My name is Colette, and with my colleague Keith, for the last 20 years, we have been providing architectural consultancy and systems development into this space. So shift happens. And why now? 80% of buildings that are going to take us to net zero 2050 already exist. But the average lifespan of a fit-out is 5 to 7 years. The problem that we have is the way that fit-outs are built is fixed. If I could explain it to you, it's like the way we build currently is we mush everything together like we're making a soup. The materials are very difficult to separate, and this creates a problem with their lifespan. So what we need to do is we need to build more like sushi, that we can take everything apart, reuse it, and extend the lifespan. So what is our ecology system? Our ecology system is a data-driven, modular, adaptable, designed for manufacturing and assembly, kit of parts, interior construction system. It is based around a smart grid that is fitted at the ceiling level, that contains sensors, and it allows the assets to become smart. Space as a service is then adaptable, and we're able to establish how the space is being used and use that data to inform how the space is going to be adapted afterwards. Conventional construction, every time you change the construction and you refit the space, it ends up as waste, and this happens over and over again. Our ecology system, you have the outright purchase of the grid and the modules, it goes in once, and it's kept in use, and it has value at the end of life. It can be resold or moved from building to building. And because it's dry construction, it can also be operated as a lease model. We've had the modular partition industry for many years, since the 1980s. When it comes down, it never goes back up again. And we have spatial intelligence platforms that are moving people around the actual built problem. So the closest we have is dirt, which is modular interior manufacture, but it's fixed. It can't be used. Any changes ends up as waste. And with our ecology system...
That's it. I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
Questions? Anybody? Ed, go for it. There it is. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much, Colette. Colette, just it sounds fantastic. Mm-hmm. It also sounds reasonably involved and potentially complicated trying to get clients. How long is the sales cycle in working it, and what type of a pipeline have you and who might they be in the next year?
Okay, Ed, thank you, fantastic question. We have been doing a fixed system for about the last 10 years. So in terms of building systems, we're kind of experienced. What we've done with the business model with the adaptability is instead of being specified by the architect, we've re-engineered our business model and gone straight to REITs. And we're getting a lot of traction, actually. We've 80 buildings in Australia, we've 100 in France, and we've a further 60 in KSA. We've pilot projects for the the UK government on the platform construction model. We're the only interior system that they are considering. And that will then be mandated in all public buildings going forward for it's what we call the pilots at the moment, it's a sandpit for educational and healthcare moving forward in the UK. So it's quite unique because we're going right to the top rather than doing, because that sales cycle is quite long and it is quite difficult, we're going for those enterprise, getting in, because you can move from building to building, we're getting the value right at the top. And direct, and also creating the directive in terms of where construction needs to go.
Any other questions? Go for it, thank you.
Can you guide me a bit through the economics of the model, especially on the production side of things? What kind of revenues are coming in and what contribution margin you have in the end?
Thank you, good question. So we were doing a fixed system before, as I mentioned, and what we've done is we've gone back to startup for the adaptable system. See, the system is primarily extruded aluminium, so the margin on the Meccano set kit of parts is about 70%. The sensor is also proprietary to us, and also the platform is proprietary to us. The first system was patented, and we're busy with a patent on the adaptable system as well.
Awesome, that's it. Thank you very much, Colette. Emmanuel Horty. Timer on, green clicker, green button, microphone,
okay.
Deep red. Go for it.
Yeah, it works. Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel and I am here to show you how to create better food systems with Horty. You see, at Horty, basically, we dream of connecting farmers like Maria to Pedro as a consumer and shorten the supply chains. And our dream basically makes Maria get better margins and their payments faster. And on the other side, it makes Pedro get his fresh vegetables from producers around him as his favorite producers. But our dream doesn't end there. We dream this for every single city. So we tackle the problem of a urban population that is growing and how to feed it sustainably. And our approach is on the data side. So we help on decision making, so we connect everyone step by step into one single market. And to do that, we have created Horty. It is a solution for the creation and digitization of fresh food markets, where we connect municipalities with producers and consumers into one single platform. Hence, we give cities a tool for them to create and manage their fresh food markets and measure their environmental and economical impact, and producers get a way to sell their products online as easy as they can, while consumers basically get a platform where they can buy their fresh vegetables and fruits and pick it up later after work or school. And we do all of this basically by charging municipalities with a setup fee and hence then a subscription, annual subscription, and producers charging him a success fee for every single transaction. Cool, right? And who are we? Basically, we are a team in Portugal where we combine technology, design, finances, and food specialization with all our partners, thank you, with our partners from all around Europe to bring this dream alive. And currently we are implemented in Porto City in Portugal with a market of over 200,000 citizens. And we basically have been provided back with value for the value we are providing to the world. And which value is that? Basically, we save more than 6 tons of CO2 emissions per changed consumer per year. And that's just the start of what we are doing now. We have been bootstrapping until now, and we are raising a fund in February. And let me just use this small time to remember you, we are what we eat every day, all day long.
Thank you. Well done. Questions, anybody? Please. The microphone is, excuse me, would you mind? Hello. Over there.
Yeah.
You know what? We take your question first, and then we go, please. Dennis, will you ask the question first? Okay, this is going all wrong.
Thank you very much. Great pitch.
Thank you.
I would love to understand, how do you get your system on the ground? So you have your digital platform, and how does the infrastructure with the food works on that side if it's sold and distributed?
Yeah, that's a great question, and the key for this to work. So basically what we do is, and that's why we partner with municipalities, not only because we really believe that cities have a very huge impact on changing the food systems, but also because we need them. We need to set up some trade places that can be fixed places, like markets that already exist, or pop-up places that will be around the city, next to, for example, schools or workplaces. And there, the consumer buys online and pays the farmer and selects one of the trade places to then pick up and collect the product, where he will be meeting the farmer most of the times. So increasing the trust to the source, and obviously basically including everyone together and you know, making it more sustainable. Yeah.
Amy.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, you presented at the end that you're actively fundraising right now. I'm right here in the front.
Okay.
First question is, what do you plan to do with this investment?
Yep.
So what's ahead in 2023?
Yep.
And if there's time, how do the producers and the farmers like this model, like this solution? How is it working with them?
Yeah, okay. So I'll start by the last one. So consumers love it because they really get fresher products, and I believe that everyone here understands that if I get a product that is fresher, that is closer to me, it really tastes better. I mean, carrots taste like carrots, which is amazing. And basically, on the farming side is amazing because they can go to the market and with product that is already sold. They don't lose the product while in transportation, and they increase their profits. As for the funding part, I took that out because of the time, but we want to cover the whole Portuguese market, expand then to other geographies, while we are already starting in a licensing version in Estonia, basically because they've been affected by inflation very high, and especially on food. And so because of that, we are going to Portugal, create a licensing and a good success case, and placing it everywhere.
Excellent. That's
Sounds
it.
good.
Thank you very much. Next one, Amy and Julia, Loop Farms. Are you going to share the microphone? Are you? No? Okay. Clicker, green button, deep red, timer on.
Hello.
The green button. There you go.
Hey Pranav, do you like strawberries? Well, so do I. But I bet you probably don't stop liking them in the winter. And that's a shame, because if you buy strawberries off season, chances are there is a staggering carbon footprint associated with that purchase. And more than ever before, people know this. But we're overwhelmed with choices and greenwashing and pressure to eat healthy and buy local, and somehow do all of this without going broke. So we just do the best we can. But what if there was a way that we could have it all, and it was easy? Imagine if people who lived in city centers could walk across the street, not to a supermarket, but to a glass-walled farm that's harvesting their favorite fresh produce year-round. That's the vision we're building at Loop Farms. And we're not competing with local farms. More than just strawberries, we're growing a range of counter-cyclical crops, like tomatoes, cucumbers, chili peppers, and mushrooms. And we're able to keep our prices realistic by keeping our costs low. We capture and treat rainwater to grow plants in a nutrient fog solution. We use our size to our advantage and harness solar power for energy. Our sites even take bio-waste and turn that into plant nutrients. So more than this just being really cool, it means that we can grow the crops that our customers love at a price they can afford year-round.
And this integration of novel technologies means we can be more water efficient and more energy efficient than our competitors. And we're able to bring farms right into city centers, meaning we're closer to customers than ever. And we don't want to do this with just one farm. Because of our lean cost structure, a single farm unit is able to be profitable within 4 years. So we want to grow quickly, and that means having the farm next door be a reality for city dwellers across European cities. And our team is the perfect team to do this. Amy, our CTO, is a systems design engineer, and she integrates all the technologies in our farm systems. As a biologist and impact specialist, I keep our plants healthy and our farms honest. And Pranav, our head of growth, is a food product engineer with experience in the industry who's helping scale our operations. And we've already begun. We built an MVP on Amy's balcony earlier this year in a jewelry display case. But that wasn't big enough for us. So we've been building an 18-meter squared farm in Rummelsberger Bay in Berlin. It's equipped with a fog-pontic greenhouse, an anaerobic digester, and bifacial solar panels. And next for us, we'll be opening a fundraising round in Q1 of 2023 to fund our first full-scale commercial farm here in Berlin. So if you want to get in on the ground floor, we're Amy and Julie, and we're Loop Farms.
Awesome, well done. Questions, anybody? Brandon, do you want to ask an intelligent question? No? Brandon? Ed?
The route to market. Who exactly do you need to talk to in order to establish one of the farm units, one of the grow units?
Well, we're starting in Berlin, so our first step is to identify where we'll be putting the initial commercial site. We have a couple different options, and we've been working with BIM, the leading real estate holding company in Berlin, to establish which location that'll be. They're going to be a great partner for that. From there, we'll be looking to scale, so we'll be looking for partners in other cities in Europe and identifying locations with the right amount of foot traffic, and the right amount of shoppers.
And just a quick follow-up, will you be retailing on site or taking pre-orders online, or how will you actually affect transactions?
So we plan to do both. We want people to come to our farms and buy their vegetables and be able to see them being harvested in front of them so they know truly how fresh it is. We also understand how subscription and grocery delivery services have changed how we live in the past few years, and so we want to integrate with those services as well. So we want to have delivery and subscription packages too.
Thank you.
Bina?
Maybe only a side note, but great presentation, and I support female founders, of course. I saw on your last deck, last slide about team, actually, that we have one CTO and one COO. So my question is, like, who is actually like managing or CEO of the company? I think you should not let this take from you. So just a side note, a question.
We both are. We're co-CEOs, but we believe that in order to show which areas we're individually managing, we've adopted CTO and COO, but we co-make all of our decisions.
Ed, last question.
Might you be interested in terms of, you talked about partnering in other cities, other countries. In what way partnering? Is it a kind of a license agreement, a franchise agreement, or how do you think you will expand or scale?
Our partnerships with cities will mainly take the role of licensing agreements. Of course, there are different regulatory requirements for an industry such as this. We're both retailing and growing, so those partnerships will be key. As for how we'll actually scale, we are considering a franchise model right now. This is on the table, but potentially a hybrid model will be how we'll initially launch.
Excellent, thank you. That's it. Too late, thank you. Next one, and this is a really difficult. Muna Savan. There you go. Reykjavik Tool Library. Anna. Green clicker, microphone.
things to hold.
instrument. Excellent. Go for it.
So, did you guys know that the average drill is used for 13 minutes in its lifetime, but it has about 1,000 minutes capability? Wait. You guys, so far out. There you go. So in 2018, I also didn't know that. But what I did know is that I needed to put a shelf on my wall. I had just moved to Reykjavik, and I couldn't afford the drill. And it was a bit too expensive for one hole on the wall to pay a rental price, which in Reykjavik, Iceland, quite expensive. So I thought there must be different alternatives to it. And I did some research, and I found out about tool libraries. I started a tool library the same year. Very quickly, I found out that although we had 2,000 items, 15 were bought all the time, and we had a waiting list for those items. So I started thinking of solutions of how can we make those 15 items available as local as possible to consumers across Reykjavik. And we decided to partner up with libraries. I approached the libraries, I offered them the solution, they were like, yes, and then I was like, okay, now I have to get a team together. And I met Seb and Christopher, who are our CTO and CIO, through the tool library. They were both members of the tool library right from the beginning and volunteers in our Repair Cafe events. And with that, we created a product that is modular and is repairable and expendable, and it reduces e-waste, and it offers access to the community at a very low cost price. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We have a subscription fee for our software, which is 300 euros a month, and that's per location. And then we have 3 options of how to buy the setup. Because we want to make this as local as possible, we have an option where people can build it themselves. They just buy the design from us. We have an option where they receive the do-it-together, which is like IKEA style, where they just receive everything ready to put together. And then we have a ready-to-use model. We have quite a few competitors in the market right now, but that just proves to us that there is a need for what we're doing. And although there are competitors, we are extremely different from them. We're the only ones with a CO2 emission accountability in our system and modularity. Our KPIs are quite good, so we have 3 locations in Reykjavik and 4 guaranteed funded with, and we just raised 2 days ago another 70,000 euros for more prototyping. So this number is now not correct, unfortunately, is now 320,000 that we have raised. And we have saved 1.2 CO2 in the first 3 months of the pilot project, which was 16 items bought 203 times. So if you'd like to join us and make the change,
that's it.
Scan the code.
Well done. Dennis, please.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great pitch. Can you tell me who's your customer? Who's buying your solution?
So at the moment, we provide governments, businesses, building communities, libraries, the system. So actually, since coming here, we built one locally, which we sold already. And we built an emotion lab in Reykjavik, and they already want to buy it as well. So it's like, it's the sort of thing that people really have a need for. It's just that a solution wasn't presented in an easy and simple way to use before. There are some comparable solutions available, but they mostly do franchising and then they keep the profit, or they have to have a local team to manage it. We created a tool to give those libraries, to give the tool libraries and the makerspaces their own way of raising funds from it.
Rabina?
Yeah, thank you for the pitch. Really interesting, actually. So I like that you work in a B2B model, but in the end, also you are depending on how end user will actually adapt to this model.
I can't.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
You need to speak louder.
Really? Okay. I feel it so loud. So my question is, so I started a similar company like some years ago, and I realized in the end that end users I actually want to own instead of rent or license products. And I wonder how you think about it and how you think the exit or the openness to rent products has changed, maybe?
I think it has changed a lot. Like the prototype, the first pilot project we had, was live for 3 months, and it had over 100 people sign up for it. So there is a very big willingness. The thing that we do differently from the rest of our competitors is that we have a democratic system of wanting items. So if you have a membership, you get a vote in what you want access to. And then we make sure that inside is what is available. And when people buy the system from us, that's how we advise them to run their project. Obviously, different people have different needs. If you put this in a building, there is a certain amount of things that you always need. But when it comes to community, it has to really be community-driven.
Okay, thank you.
Time over. Amy, go for it, quick.
How large of a community does one library serve? So a city like Berlin, how many libraries would you need to serve the whole city?
I think there's 20 libraries that we could serve in Berlin. I know Dublin is 18, Lisbon is 20, Reykjavik is 7, so, easy to start with. But it's quite interesting because right now in Germany, we sold the prototype we built here, and that's going to a tool library, so they're using that system in partnership with a library.
That's it. Thank you. Next one, reusable technology, Tomas and Marco. Ready, clicker, green button.
Hi, my name is Tomas.
Sure you don't want to click towards
And my
your
name is
presentation?
Marco. The clicker.
Okay, timer is on. Go for it.
We are reusable technologies. We are developing advanced solutions for use of e-waste, which is unfortunately the fastest growing waste stream and at the same time a huge opportunity. We have our own technological process to prepare lithium-ion battery cells for reuse. Till now, we have prepared more than 70,000 batteries of them, saving more than 450 tons of emissions. We have entered into partnership with recycling centers in Slovenia, one of the largest and one other most advanced. They disassemble discarded battery packs and supply us with battery cells.
After preparing the battery cells for the second life, we are integrating them in our first two products, the Eco Award-winning story Rebank Mini, the first power bank in the world powered by a recycled battery, and the first completely made in the EU, with the casing made from the waste Slovenian wood, and the second Reflash, the first flashlight powered by a recycled battery and assembled in the EU. We are running a very promising pilot project with the Block Recycling Center, our partner. We have set up a small reuse center where we are improving our technological process to ensure that battery cells are optimally prepared for reuse without unnecessary transport and additional CO2 emissions. Our aim is to perfect this process, license it, and offer it to all e-waste recycling centers. We are already receiving inquiries from all over the world, even though we do not market it at all.
We have been invited to present at the World Conference in April next year in Silicon Valley. And we see this as a great opportunity to bring the story of reusable technologies to the USA, where we already have a business partner in Colorado. But we are developing a new product, the Revol, a household energy storage system where we have analyzed the market and found out that we can outperform the competition on a number of attributes: cheaper, more powerful, and longer lasting. We are delighted to be working on this project with Robotina, one of the pioneers in the development of energy storages.
We are not just a company. We are a vision that includes all of us. We will set up a development and support center for the reuse of e-waste, where we will pass on our know-how to young people, enabling the development and delivery of many new sustainable products from e-waste, saving thousands of tons of CO2 emissions and creating new creative jobs and businesses. It is no longer enough to be economical, but also responsible.
That's it?
We are entering an era. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Questions? Robina? Somewhere there? Robina?
I have two questions actually. My first question is, in the value chain, where is your technology actually, your innovation? Like, is it in the way you test, like ensemble the batteries, test the batteries, or recompose the batteries?
We are positioned currently in our own premises, but in the future, or we are already doing the pilot project where we put our technological process on site in the recycling center, where we will save the emissions, so even from the transporting the waste batteries. So our position will be on the recycling center side.
And yeah, we are setting the pilot project with the block recycling center, and we are working on the licensing our technological process to the industrial scale. For now, we prepare more than 70,000 battery cells and integrating them into our two products, and we sold more than a few thousand of products as a showcase that our technology work, and our technology process is more than 85% efficiency, yes, for now. I hope that I answered your question. But,
gentleman in the corner there, thank you.
Can you talk a bit about the critical next steps in terms of commercializing the product or the software to the recycling sites, and what needs to be done over the next 12 to 24 months?
Yeah, there are some challenges, but with right partners and cooperate with the right companies, we don't see right now the problems that we can solve. So I don't know what can be a problem, because we're already doing the work that we represent.
One more. Dennis.
Thank you very much. Great approach. I would assume that you have to have a proper structure in terms of cells. I think I saw a 16300 or something like that you want to use.
6.3 kilograms of CO2 emissions every battery cell.
Yeah. Can you use any cell that you want to have in your structure? Pouch cell, coffee bag, or is it some specific setup that you need to have to work on your project?
For now, our technology process is assembling for the reviving 18650 battery cells. That's a battery cell cylindrical type battery cell, the most common used battery cell in the world. For example, one Tesla electric vehicle contain more than 7,000 that kind of battery cells inside. And we can see the hand tools, there is that kind of battery cells too. Thank you.
And the last one, Paul from the ZeroNet. Clicker, Paul. There's a microphone there, and there's a clicker there, Paul. And there's a green button that you need to press. Yeah, again, there you go. Timer on, go for it.
Great, thank you very much. Everybody remembers 2020 as a very black year. It was the year of COVID, but one of the things that gets forgotten about is that it was also the year when mankind breached a very grim or black milestone of having consumed over 100 billion tons of materials extracted from the ground, of which only 9% was recovered. We have a problem with waste. My name is Paul McSweeney, and for the last 10 years, we've been working on a project to try and grapple with the problem of waste. Let's just look at one of the world's worst and fastest growing waste streams, that of e-waste. We still don't seem to have holistic solutions to the problem of e-waste. We're only recovering 20% in a formal way, 75 million tons of the stuff. But even when we do recycle e-waste, it's very often done in a way that results in the degradation of products. Why do this now? Well, everywhere is running out of everything. If you consider a material like tantalum, a metal that is essential for the manufacture of smartphones, only 1% of tantalum is recovered meaningfully every year. It's almost unbelievable, but it's the case. Our platform is the world's first circular logistics SaaS platform, integrating users with optimized collections of household materials that are post-consumer. This is a bit busy, but just to say very simply that we can facilitate a whole new raft of services, from closed-loop supply chain, DRS ready, supports remanufacturing, using conventional logistics partner to deliver an array of services, we believe dozens of services, to a series of stakeholder groups, including householders and local authorities. We've been live in the English city of Brighton since November 2020 and transforming that city's e-waste landscape. The platform has been available to over 100,000 homes, and the takeaway is that we're achieving 35% of direct reuse from what we recover. The next 2 years, very exciting. We have a contract to deploy the platform across every home in Australia, and we've just been selected for a project in the UK that will see us co-collect e-waste, coffee pods, and textiles with the #1 partners for those 3 streams in the UK. We have a target now of 35 million homes by 2026. I'm not going to talk about numbers other than to say that it's a very profitable business when done correctly. We've been at this for a long time, in total about 25 years of experience just within the circular economy space. And ultimately, I think the important thing to say is that you cannot get to a circular economy unless you radically reinvent the entire waste collection model. We believe that we have reinvented it. Thank you very much.
Well done, Paul. Thank you. Questions? Anybody? Oh, need to run the microphone all the way up there.
Thank you so much. Great pitch, by the way. What's your go-to-market? I didn't get that. And would you mind elaborating a little bit on how you onboard partners on your platform?
The way that we onboard partners is through normal sales activity. We go out to people, we get rejected, we knock on doors. The critical thing in terms of onboarding consumers is that this is done for us as a proxy by way of the partners. So the beauty of our model is that when a partner deploys the platform, as is going to happen in 2 new cities in the UK, they will have responsibility for onboarding end users, householders, and then we have the opportunity to upsell. Ron here used the great phrase, Trojan horse. The clients effectively bring us onto the platform, and then we have the opportunity to upsell this whole array of new services. So hope that answers your question.
Rabina.
Yeah, thank you for the pitch. How do you think about incentivizing end users to actually use this service, or how to integrate with your partners in this?
Well, the critical incentive to begin with, and what we've been doing for the last 2 years, is there are 2 things that work against people offloading their technology equipment. The 2 factors are, where do I go? So they don't have to go anywhere because we come to them. That's the first thing. So when you solve that logistical problem, you already get people very interested. The second thing is, what's going to happen to my legacy data? If you don't recover and destroy their legacy data in a way that they can trust, there's a problem. So we do those 2 things. The next level of incentivization will be to get the brands to actually sponsor people so that they'll get a reward for doing it. And that's going to be arriving very soon. But we've discovered that just those 2 transforms people's attitudes. I mean, we have 1,000 laptops that we've recovered, equating to about 75,000 kilos of carbon saved. And people do this because it's easy. It's about convenience.
One last quick question. Anybody? Nobody? That's it then. Awesome. I just have to say something. Yeah, applause is well deserved. And for me, it's great to see, after nearly 9 months of work, how they all did their pitch. They're all really, really good business concepts, and I think they're all going to go very, very far. Any investors in the room, you can meet them out there for lunch. We're now going to go for lunch. We will start again at 13:30 with a VC investor panel discussion for about half an hour, and then we have the same type of pitching with the construction circular babies. See you at 1:30. Sorry, in England or in Ireland is 13:30. Well, always. Will we sing a Christmas song together while we're waiting? No? Right, are we ready to rock? That's a, okay, never mind, that's very, okay, so this is the second part of the day, and what I want you to imagine, so we're going to have a conversation with a number of venture capitalists, and I want you to imagine you're sitting in a pub somewhere in Ireland, there's an open fire, it's nice and warm, we're all sitting in rocking chairs, and we're all having a pint of Guinness in front of us, and we're having a nice conversation around the world of venture capitalists. And I want you to imagine that we're all in the pub. So what I'd like this to be is a freewheeling conversation. So if any of you has a question, you can walk to the microphone or raise your hand, and you can ask any question you like to those hard-nosed venture capitalists who are only there to suck the blood out of startups, just to set the scene for the conversation. So what I'm going to ask them is to introduce themselves. And I'm going to ask, the first question I'm going to ask them is, are we going to make it yes or no? The conversation will take about half an hour, and then we go into the pitches for the afternoon. Is that okay with everybody? Cool. You want to start?
An introduction?
Introduction? Yeah. What do you do? What does your VC do? And are we going to make it or not?
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Robina. I work at Contrarian Ventures. Contrarian Ventures is a venture fund who was founded 2017 in the Baltikums. And we had been one of the first VCs who focusing on the decarbonization of the energy market. And now we just raised our second fund, which is a 100 million for focusing on the climate tech environment. And now we invest in 4 verticals: energy, mobility, decarbonization of the heavy industry, and buildings. And then we have 2 sub-markets, sub-sectors, which are carbon and climate. And we are a typical seed investor. And yeah.
What's the average deal size you're looking for?
So our average ticket size is between 1 and 2 million in a seed fund, but we can invest up to 7 million. We like to lead the rounds. And I'm very excited to be here and talking about circular economy, because at the moment I'm focusing a lot on decarbonization of the heavy industry. And I used to have a company also in circular economy, so it's one of my favorites and also experienced topics.
Okay.
And yeah.
Are we going to make it? Or will we drown?
I thought we will have this as a longer discussion in a team, but anyway, I'm not that optimistic as I should be as a venture capitalist, I think. Seeing how we know all the facts, where we're going, and I don't see a lot of change in the way consumers or also like industries behave. Of course, we have like political incentives and all the great startups we saw today. I think this is really helping us, or this is something where I see also my and our power to invest in companies. But on the other hand, I see also danger in we don't necessarily want to adjust or sacrifice some of our comfort we had in the world so far, but we want to just adjust, you know, like have a substitute for cars, for fossil fuel cars. So we build like a lot of EV cars, but sometimes don't think far enough, for example, with all the raw materials and so on. So biodiversity, a huge topic actually, which is completely underfunded at the moment. So I think like this holistic approach is something we don't necessarily sometimes think about enough on a political, but also on a VC and investment phase. And I think circular economy as a mental model is something which is really, really helpful for us, because it kind of like combines the understanding that actually our resources in the world and our planet in general is limited, but on the other hand, what is the metrics we work on, right? Like it's always growth and development, and I think like in circular economy you can combine economic growth with the environmental limitations. So I think this is a really important mental model to think about.
So I would say yes or no. What would it be then?
Yes or no, optimistic?
No, yes, make it, or no, we're not going to make it.
Was too long.
You just have to say yes or no.
No, I'm not going to do this.
Okay, percentage-wise then, 60%, 70%?
I'm looking a lot in climate adaptation technologies at the moment.
Okay, that's not an answer, but that's okay. Okay, Florian.
I think that's a no, no? Yes, hi everyone, my name is Florian. I work for Planet A. We're a Berlin-based climate tech fund. We invest across industries, really looking for the big levers in terms of having environmental impact. What we do differently than a lot of the other funds is that we take the impact very seriously. So we have our own LCA team on board to calculate life cycle assessments for us, and we bring that into the investment process because we think you just need more science-driven decision-making in venture capital to really tackle the problems that we're facing. And yeah, for us, sustainability really is more than decarbonization. So as Rubina just said, we have a biodiversity crisis, we have a resource problem, we have also a waste problem, so we really try to address as many of those issues as possible. Yeah, we're also investing early stage, so anything from pre-seed to Series A, and do both software and hardware.
And what's the deal size?
Ranging from 500K to 3 to 4 million initially. Yeah.
Okay, and are we going to make it, Florian?
That's a very good question. I think sometimes you might think that we're doomed if you look at it from a systemic level and you realize there are certain, say, planetary boundaries. As Rubina said, there's a biodiversity crisis. We have limited resources. So I guess from a higher level perspective, I'm not the most optimistic, but then we were just discussing before, and then there's this German word called Zweckoptimismus. I think you have to be optimistic by default, right? Because we can't just stick our heads in the ground and not do anything about it because the problems are so big. And on the other hand, there's a lot of people like you in the room, right, who try to change things, reduce emissions, tackle the biodiversity crisis. I think technology is getting better, costs are falling, regulations is increasing, stakeholder pressure is increasing. So I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. And I think if you look at the market, it's exciting times to be in climate and to tackle environmental problems, also from a business perspective, because it's our conviction that we don't do this for the impact only, but we really see the impact as a frame or as a lens to really identify financial opportunities. So in that sense, I don't know if you're going to make it, but I think there's a lot of great opportunities waiting for entrepreneurs out there.
So is that an optimistic no? Is that what it is?
It's a no, but I'm still optimistic about it, yes.
Okay, excellent. Marco?
Should I use this one? Or?
Whatever you want.
So, okay. Perfect. Yeah, first of all, thank you all for being here. Maybe a few words on Redstone and myself. So Redstone is a multi-sector venture capital firm from Berlin. We manage 10 funds across different industries, including fintech, health, retail, Industry 4.0, deep tech, and now recently launched our new fund, which is called Teil, which tackles what we call the ESG crisis in the built world. So focusing on backing founders across the whole value chain of the industry. We usually come in pre-seed, seed or Series A with ticket sizes ranging between 300,000 and 3 million. Maybe just a few words on myself also. I started off in venture capital 4 years ago. First worked for a generalist VC fund in the prop tech space. And at that time, it was already really clear that a lot of things are moving in a bad direction and that we will need new technologies to decarbonize, but also solve the social issues in the industry. So yeah, now really trying to tackle this with the new fund.
Are we going to make it, Marco?
I mean, just to also throw some numbers in here, so probably some of you also read the new UN report on this state of global emissions. So numbers don't look good at the moment. So it's expected that emissions will rise by 10% until 2030, but they should have fallen 45% by then. So clearly we are not on the right path. At the same time, the report also says that in case we will be able to implement long-term strategies. The 62 countries that agreed to the Paris Agreement could decrease emissions by 70%. So I think there's still room for cautious optimism, but I think we now really need to double or quadruple down our efforts to invest more in these technologies, but also set the right incentives on a international and political level.
Okay, so what do you look for when a company applies or a startup applies to you? What would be the criteria that you look
So
for?
usually, obviously, the market opportunity is very important for venture capitalists. So how big is the market with the business model you're targeting? And also, obviously, the impact generated through your solution. So we also measure the impact that is generated. So this is obviously a very important factor. The team, as in every industry, is paramount to scale the company. So really looking for very technical and commercially strong founders that are also able to execute the business going forward. So I think those would be the two most important factors.
And when you say impact, is that fluffy impact or is that impact in numbers and commercials?
I think it really depends. So for us, impact can be clustered into different verticals. So obviously, environmental impact is a big topic. So we also have several impact measurement schemes that we use. Also work with external advisors to be also able to monitor it over a longer time. But also with the fund, we are very deeply looking into the social aspects of the crisis in the built world. So anything that can also, for example, democratize the real estate asset class as a whole by, for example, offering alternative financing models or tokenization of real estate assets as an investment for the lower and middle income population is also a very, very big factor. Just to name a few examples on that.
But what's the business model then for the VC? So how do you, because it can't just only be the impact. So how do you make money out of companies that have a societal impact? So what's the win for the VC then?
I think, obviously, as we also need to return the fund,
yes.
Hopefully with a nice multiplier, the commercial aspects are very, very important. So as in any industry, the growth, the margins, and the market share that you can capture are very important. But there is still always the impact side of things that also goes in hand with that, because we also firmly believe that the companies or the next big generation of companies that can become really big will also be the ones that create the highest impact, because the negative externalities that are currently not priced in most of the solutions will also be probably priced in the future. So this is how we look at the market in general.
Same question for you, Florian. What do you look for?
Yeah, maybe I start the other way around from the back. I think from our perspective, we're venture capitalists, right? So we're capitalists. So we don't invest for impact, but we think that impact is a great framework or a great frame to identify big opportunities. So in a sense, it's not a either or, it's not a contradiction, but we just see that there's a strong correlation between the two. And that's why I think there's like this interesting intersection where you have a scalable business model and a scalable impact which go hand in hand. And that's in the end what we're looking for. So I think a lot of the things that Marco mentioned would also apply to us. Maybe what I would add on top is that we quantify the impact, right? So we take a full life cycle assessment. We look basically from cradle to grave, and we look at the whole impact holistically in several dimensions. So CO2 emissions, resources, water, biodiversity, waste, and then we quantify all of that, and we use that in the investment process. So in that sense, we really look for the big levers and the teams and the ideas and the products that really create scalable impact. I think that's very important to us, on top of everything else that needs to be in place. So product, team, big market, and all those things. The impact is kind of like the second dimension that we add to that. And in the investment process, we would not invest in anything where the impact is not clearly there. So there's a veto right in our process where even if everything else is in place and impact is not there, we would not invest.
What are the biggest impact levers you think at the moment?
Well, that's a very broad question, I think. It goes across industries. I think if you look at especially construction and circular economy, there's a lot to be done on basically every single front, from embodied carbon to operational expenses, energy, building materials. I think all of these areas in the construction space have tremendous impact potential. And if you kind of like benchmark impact potential or emissions versus VC investment, I think construction or the built environment looks pretty bad compared to other sectors like mobility. So I really think that there is more that has to be done. But yeah, same in other sectors. So I think it's exciting times to be in climate because there's just so many opportunities.
Water, soil, any of those?
Definitely, yeah. Also soil health, water, biodiversity. I think with some of those topics, it's a bit challenging to find a real business case. So in the end, you have to somehow take the impact potential and turn it into a business case. I think we see a lot more of what Marco just said, regulation kicking in, which prices externalities, which might enable future business cases in those areas where it's not possible for now. But I think it's, at the moment, much more straightforward to go for business cases where both go hand in hand, and you might have just a strong value proposition or cost savings through the impact that you generate.
Awesome, thank you. Ravina, what do you look for?
I think it's still like the same, that I think every venture capitalist looked at the market and the team the most, especially all the early stage investors. So I think what I can add to this, I think I'm a VC who looks mostly or strongest on the team and the team performance, because in the end you bet mostly like business model can change. Also markets, there are a lot of markets which are not there, people try to tackle. So I think the most important is the team, but of course market area. But then maybe to add something, what I find important also for startups to think about, how I think there are a lot of great companies who are not VC cases. So I look also a lot in the value chain, where's actually the value created. Mm-hmm. So where do I invest in? So is it a technology I invest in, or is it maybe a partnership? So what is the mod, let's say, how this company can scale and grow? So I think this is an adding point, yeah.
And do you look for diversity in teams?
Yeah, definitely. Diversity, not male, female.
If the team is all white males of 30, 35, 40, does that disqualify them, or?
No, but I think I look in sense of diversity from skill set, which is often then that you find not these all black, all white male, 30, 40 years old men. So I think I really strongly look in diversity of teams and also division of work. I think this is really important.
Do you think female entrepreneurs are better than male entrepreneurs?
No.
Okay. Do you think male entrepreneurs are better
than...
Okay. Okay.
This question is stupid. Like, not stupid, but I think...
No. Let's...
No, I think you should not divide between male and female and better and worse. So this is what.
Okay.
So I look at founders, no matter what sex. But of course, I try to. So we haven't invested in a female startup yet, because especially like in the science space, there are not that many female entrepreneurs, and they're underfunded. So I'm super open for every female founder to wants to talk and get advice and help.
Okay. Any questions so far? Anybody? Would you mind walking up to them? I know it's a little bit of a...
Thank you for the talk. I wanted to ask regarding exit strategies, because considering that you guys invest in impact or social startups, some of them being, I heard that one of the problems for these startups is that they're not really looking for exiting, but of course for VCs that's a big thing, the exit strategy. So how do you tackle that, and how do you like meet in the middle?
Who wants to take that?
I think it's a challenge. I don't know the English term, but there's like certain legal structures in Germany which basically regulate what happens with the company afterwards. And if you mean that from a very legal perspective, I think it's very challenging for us as an investor, right? Because we as VC investors, we have certain return expectations, and we really have to invest in companies that 100x or 20x over the next 10 years, simply because that's our investment mandate in a sense, right? And that means also that a lot of companies which do great things or create great impact or even might become big companies in some point might not fall within our investment framework for other reasons. But it's not because it's a bad business or anything, it's just that we have a very specific way of looking at companies, which is just given by the investment mandate that we have. If that helps.
Anything to add? No? Okay. What advice would you give startups? Florian, you can start.
That's a difficult...
When you want, so I want to get investment from you. What are the things that I should most definitely not do, and what are the things I should definitely do? Start with the not do, because there's probably a lot of things that I shouldn't do.
I think maybe picking up the point that Rovina mentioned about the team, I think a lot of times we see great technical teams coming maybe out of university, developing great technologies, having strong IP. If that's the case for you, then I think a lot of the times we see that people don't understand that taking a product to the market is very different from developing an innovation. So I think we oftentimes see that teams are just not complete because you don't have anyone in the team who knows how to build a business and who knows how to sell products, right? So I think really be very critical with the kind of skill sets that you bring into as a team and how you complement each other and what you might need to build a big company out of that. So I think that's, especially with with hardware, but also deep tech topics that we see, that's oftentimes the case that technology is great, but then the team setup might not be ideal because there might be a person missing. And of course, it's very difficult to get someone external on board who maybe might not understand the technology super well or comes in with a different mindset. But I think that's probably one of the biggest issues we see at the very, very early stages. And on the things to definitely do, I would mention talk to as many people as you can and just reach out to all different kinds of stakeholders. Also, to investors, try to start conversations early and try to get as much feedback as possible. This is not like this Shark Tank kind of thing where you walk up to us and then you're standing on the stage and you pitch us. But it can be also more of a conversation, right, where you get feedback over time and then we see how you're developing, and then maybe it's also useful getting inputs from us or from customers. So really try to engage with stakeholders early on to shape your product and really find a problem that you're solving and make sure that you tick the boxes that investors are looking for.
Do any of you do any soft capital where you actually insert CEOs into startups? No?
Maybe I can start. No, we don't do that. We have a platform team, so we have people or resources internally to help startups with operational problems, but not really sending people there.
Okay. Robina, advice for startups and the things that irritate you immensely about startups.
Yeah, I think in fundraising, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one thing, given that we are like here, we see a lot of startups here who are like hardware builders. I think for a venture capital case, it's really important that you understand how you basically want to finance also your asset-heavy business model. And I think there's some interesting business models to work on to develop for this. And I see like really good startups who pitch, who have really like thought through how to finance their asset-heavy models. And I think this is something you should spend some time on before you basically pitch climate tech VC. And then also government funding and grants for these hardware models. I think this is something good advice I would like to add to all the advice Florian just gave. Yeah.
And what should a startup not do when they talk to you?
I mean, this is just a note, but I think also like often they're really technical new models, maybe new technology or chemistry you haven't heard about. So what you should not do is to be too arrogant or kind of like assume that this VC knows everything about this topic. I think like taking your time, walk the VC through the cases is really, really helpful. Yeah.
Marco.
Does it work?
Yeah, awesome.
So I think many things have already been said, but in general, what I can also add to that point is be prepared and know what kind of VC are you talking to. So not every VC is the same. We are very different. We have different kinds of value adds that we can bring to the table. We have different kinds of commercial contacts, networks. So really also try to understand whether the VC you're pitching to is the right one for you. So it's not just a one-way street, but we also can support you a lot with our expertise and network. And what I think is also very important when approaching VCs is to really be concise and tell a strong story and really tick all the check boxes that a VC would like to see, especially also in the due diligence process. So after having few first pitches and conversations, really try to have your data room ready with all the commercial aspects of the business on the market, etc. So the VC can dive a bit deeper into it easily and ask the right questions right from the beginning.
Where does it go wrong in the due diligence?
I think, and I can just relate to what you've also said, especially for very technical founders, right at the beginning that come out of university, they don't really nail the commercial aspects of the business. They often don't understand how the whole ecosystem and the stakeholders really operate together and how you in the end will be able to tackle the market, and really spending time talking to stakeholders, but maybe even having the right person in the team who's able to handle this, I think is really, really important. And this is where we see most problems and frictions arising at a very early stage.
2 questions, awesome.
Hello.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm wondering how long your due diligence process takes on average for all of you, and does this incorporate environmental and social impact assessments?
So, great question. I think it really depends on the model and how well we already understand it. So it can go anywhere from 2 weeks to 8 weeks, at least for us. In case it's a very, very technical case, we also do a technical due diligence with our own tech team, sometimes even with external advisors, so it always depends a bit on that. Does this answer the question? Yes, so we also developed our own impact assessment that we use in the pre-analysis right at the beginning after first conversations to see whether the solution is viable to be defined as an impact investment. And then later on in the process, we have several questionnaires and an impact workshop where we define several KPIs, which we then monitor over the investment period and also report to the LPs.
So from the hundreds that go into due diligence, how many get through the due diligence?
So you mean how many come into
Let's say
due diligence or get through?
So you 100, you go, interesting, due diligence, and what percentage makes the due diligence?
I think to due diligence, maybe out of 100, it's maybe 2.
Two.
And then, yeah, and if we then make one investment, it's already really good. I would even say it's 0.2 or 0.1 even.
Okay. Panos. Yep.
Can I still ask the question?
Yeah,
cool.
Last question.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I have a question for the impact investor specifically. So venture capital follows the model of trying to find high growth companies, and it kind of got born a little bit by technology companies in the internet boom era, I guess. And I'm super interested for impact investors. So basically my question is, emissions are a real physical thing, and emissions are actually not usually created by this 1% or 0.1% type of companies. It's actually created by all of the other companies in the economy that do like real work economy. So I'm wondering how that is potentially conflicting with, you're trying to find very high growth companies, but physically emissions, which we assume we need to reduce, actually happen by the rest of the economy. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Florian? Or
yeah,
Marina?
I can maybe start, or
yeah.
if you want to go first. Yeah, I think it's a great point that you mentioned, because the other 99%, they have to decarbonize for whatever reason, right? And I think that's where you create a lot of opportunities, because a lot of the times they are not able to do that by themselves for whatever reason. So I think that creates the opportunities, right? Whether that's software or hardware, I think for us, really depends on the use case. It's very different type of scaling, of course. If you're a hardware company, I think Rovina was mentioning some good points before there. So it really depends, right? If you're a software company and you help decarbonize the cement industry, the steel industry, the construction industry, then it actually creates a lot of opportunities, and you're similar to, let's say, the earlier example software cases that you were mentioning. If you're a hardware company, then it's very, very different, right? Scaling takes much longer. It involves a lot of capex usually. It's very different funding mechanisms that you have to follow, but market opportunities are huge. And if you have great IP, great technology, and can execute, I think then scale can also be achieved rather fast. Maybe not as fast as with a software company, but still, hope that answers your question.
Robina?
I think you mentioned really good points, but also your question was really a valid point. But venture capital actually started with investing in hardware cases in the last 10 years, was this software booms, Google, Facebook, and so on. But, and this is what we are like used to and how it got big. But I think now we actually, and this is what Florian just mentioned, have it again extreme shift by, given that we have this climate crisis, so big market opportunity. And I think that's probably also, I mean, we have this 10-year payback period, and probably we see a lot of VCs who change this to 20 years or evergreen funds. So I think this is a really important point, because in the technologies we invest today, readiness, I don't know, 4 or 5, will probably take longer in order to show the turn we would like to see. But I think it's a big market opportunity, and we need different metrics on that. Yeah.
Cool. I got red carded, so we have to finish this conversation. So thank you for being here. So applause. So I think the numbers you need to remember is 2 out of 100, 10x, 20x, 100x. And I think the most interesting part is probably evergreen funds, because that's, I think, where it's going to go. So thank you for doing this. So the next stage is the pitching. So the first, by now they get a red card, yellow card first, 3 minutes, then they get a red card. And the first person I would like to get on stage is Omid with 4. Omid, please. And I know soccer is sensitive for a few of you, because Germany didn't make it, Spain didn't make it, but so I'm sorry if it hurts. Omid, are you ready? Timer on. Green button. The big green button. Yeah. Oh dear. There it is. There you go. Go for it. Oh, wrong. We can do the old pitches all over again, so, you know, and they weren't bad. They actually were very interesting. Oh, you know, you're too far now. There you are. Okay, we start again? Perfect, go for it.
Good afternoon. I'm an architect with more than 20 years experiences in the construction sector. My company, um.Uhr, provides geometric, modular, building technology which enable locals to build climate resilience modular building and tackle the climate crisis. By 2025, we aim to enable students, newcomers, and workers to build their tiny houses in Rotterdam at the price that is equivalent of renting the room for 4 years. I was able to develop a geometric pattern that reduces material efficiency and with reducing height to width ratio. We provide a solution that is compatible even with tiny houses. I am bootstrapping, and in September 2026, I'm looking for million credit to test and get certification for the product. By 2027, we aim to scale our solution by providing intelligent portable system that produce circular biocomposite blocks on site. Professional in the field of circular sculpture, bioproduct, and agricultural industry, interested about the idea and about collaboration. For first time, today I'm introducing circular tiny houses, community houses in the exhibition. Please visit our info table, ask your question. Next 4 days I will be in Berlin, and I'm here to communicate, connect with the like-minded professional. Hopefully this lead us for collaboration, and we can reach tackle the climate crisis, and reach Circular Cities Agenda 2050 only together. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Who wants to ask a question? Omid, you can't just run away, okay?
Thanks for the presentation. If I were a student living in Rotterdam and I wanted to have one of these houses, where would I put it?
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
If I were a student who wanted one of these in Rotterdam, for example, where would I put it?
In Delft, there is a community who, fortunately in the Netherlands, places municipalities provide for tiny houses right now. But with these tiny houses, we provided 5 tiny houses in one structure with more common area. So you can reach to us. And the point is, if you buy one of these tiny houses, you don't need to move them when you want to come back to your cities. You just receive the same model and blocks in your city and build again your tiny houses in your own city.
Any other questions? Florian? Florian has a question here. Ron. Thank you.
I would be curious, Omid, how you came up with the idea and how you developed the geometric structure.
I'm a fan of geometry. For 20 years, it was my interest and a hobby to use the geometry. And for the first time in the history of architecture, I was able to create a geometry pattern that reduced the height to weight ratio. That's why the structure is more efficient and reduce emission even more than tiny houses.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Omid.
Thank you.
Next one, co-benefit, Florian. No, you take your time. It's fine. Yeah. Green button.
It looks really dangerous. This green
It's the big green button. You can't miss it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Perfect. All right. Hi, my name is Florian, and welcome to the pitch of co-benefit, the operating system of the energy transition. The majority of households still heats with gas and oil. I'm sure that many of you are paying the price for this right now. Through the current market situation, a majority of households will face energy poverty in the coming years. And with this, people come knocking on the doors of cities and of energy providers. Currently, however, there is no scalable solution for single-family homes. What's needed are concepts for the aggregated realization of energy retrofits in whole cities and whole neighborhoods. Digital one-stop shops are the only scalable approach to address residents, and they provide one point of contact for energy renovation and district heating. And co-benefit provides one-stop shops out of the box for cities and energy providers. And with our platform that enables the collaboration between energy providers, local authorities, and local installers. And this helps unlock the renovation wave to reach the climate targets and to secure supply reliability. With the help of a 125K grant, we have reached technology readiness level 7, and we have achieved proof of concept in 3 pilot projects. Currently, we're also part of a live call consortium application together with the German Energy Agency and with Energiesprong to roll out heat pumps across Europe. We are a team of 3 founders. Dennis is an experienced software developer. Leon has developed energy projects in the past, and I have researched energy retrofitting in 6 countries. We are supported by 2 developers and an advisory board that complements our expertise. In a nutshell, we provide the IT infrastructure for one-stop shops. And compared to in-house developments, this saves 90% of cost and time. And our secret sauce are our crowdfunding-like initiatives, because they enable the aggregated realization, the bundled realization of projects through unlocking network effects. We are looking for cities and energy providers for demonstration projects, and we're also in need of €250K to make co-benefit the central operating system for the energy transition. If you're interested, come talk to us. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. Questions? Marcus.
Thank you, great presentation. How are you handling the big complexity of bringing all the different partners transacting on the platform?
Yeah, so what we provide is a software as a service solution, and we are providing this to cities and to energy providers so they can address the residents and guide them all the way to implementation. So we're focusing on the software part, on the IT infrastructure, and the local authorities, the cities, and the energy providers, they can use this to build consortiums on a local level or to use their network to deliver the projects.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Yes. Florian, thank you very much. Great pitch. I would love to understand the shortage that we see currently in terms of installation capacity and the items in itself. If I look at this opportunity, I would say the most dangerous thing on the one-stop shop is that you are successful and your partners cannot deliver. What's your take on that?
Yeah, that's an important question. It's a dilemma that the whole industry is facing. So I don't have a silver bullet for that. It's a big dilemma for the whole industry. Everybody is looking for the manpower to deliver the projects. But what we're trying to bring is efficiency. We're trying to bring, to streamline the whole value chain. Like right now, people are running to like 3 different installers, getting an offer, then they go to an energy advisor, and then it's getting implemented at one point. But what we're trying to do is we create one interface for all of this. So we're also trying to automate a lot of these steps, like energy advice on your building. We want to automate this step completely. And that's what we're bringing. We're bringing efficiency to the whole process, and that's the goal of it. So we can't solve everything, but yeah, we're trying to do our part.
One more question. Anybody? Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan.
Question is, how transferable is the solution?
So how easy is it integrated to other jurisdictions or geographies, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, we have been, this came out of a European research project, so we have gathered a lot of feedback from different countries on this topic, and the need is there in all countries. The kind of actors that are executing are going to be a bit different. In Germany, there's the law on municipal heat planning, so there's a lot of pressure that's rising on the local authorities level, actually. In other countries, the pressure is more on the energy providers. We've been very engaged in a project in the UK with Greater Manchester. Eventually, it didn't it wasn't conducted with us, unfortunately. But so we have had a lot of look into the British market, into the Netherlands, Germany, and so on. So there's a lot of need and transferability of this concept in different markets, actually.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Guillermo, unaligned. You have the clicker, the green button.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, we are Enerline. We design and produce integrated solar energy for every home and apartment. Are you concerned about electricity prices? Are you tired of depending on a country like Russia? Are you upset that the fact that all the overprice that we are paying for the energy is actually going to finance a war where many people, innocent people, is getting killed and the future of our kids in danger? Then you will love our company. We will provide the opportunity to self-produce electricity to everyone, contributing for a greener future, especially for the cities and the apartments. We want to become top-brand energy efficiency solutions in Europe. This is the team that will make it possible. And this is our deal. We sell rolling solar blinds, we call energy blinds, to prescripts from 200 euros. The market is huge. We are starting from Valencia, and we will grow next year into Spain through a partnership that I will explain later on. Basically, within the trends are with us. We have the electricity prices, we have the global warming hitting, so with more use in the blinds. We have countries like Italy, UK, Spain going for refurbishment, and of course, Russia messing up and threatening to cut the fuel. Our value proposition, if we compare to Windows Passive House to solar panels in the balcony, a part of being much more integrable in a building and in the architecture, is far better in terms of investment and cost. You can multiply your investment by 4 in 5 years. What is our competitive advantage? We have patented product, we have providers ready to scale up to any volume, and we have a deal with a traditional supplier of blinds in Spain. So they are actually they will sell our product through their standard network. That leads us to a good financial overlook as we will go with the hand of this our supplier to sell in Spain, and we are starting to deliver products 1st of March We are making public presentation in a fair 28th of March. And we have also, we are developing new products for the Q3 2023. What are we looking for? We are basically looking for 240K investment for if possible, by the 1st of March. And so if you are interested in a great deal for a great future, you can contact us and we can speak further.
Well done, Guillermo. Thank you. Anybody, any questions? Nobody, any questions? Brendan. Oh. Okay, you need to take the microphone. And then we ask Florian to... Thank you, Florian.
Just one quick question, Guillermo. Can you explain how it works? What's the technology and what exactly does it do?
So basically how it works, this one would be the best. We have the standard rolling blinds. We are putting a solar panel in each of them, so it can get rolled in the box. And then inside the box we have an inverter, which is grid tie inverter. So it goes direct to the net of your house and power up everything you have connected in. It doesn't require any special installation. It doesn't require much, just with the box. And actually we are doing that you can do with your window. You can attach this product and put it when you are building the construction or when you are doing your refurbishment. So it's pretty easy to actually install it.
You mentioned that a part of this is because of you're spending gas to heat your houses. What's the power outage or output of these during winter?
So, of course, it depends on the surface, but let's say on a standard window house of 120 by 120, we can achieve 150 watts by hour. So in a standard house with 7 of them, you can get 1.2 around kilowatts of power. If you have a house with big windows, this can go further. We have, quote, houses which you can power almost the whole building.
Florian?
I'd also be curious about your distribution strategy. Are you selling to consumers directly, or are you going to go with partners, or what's your plan to sell the modules?
We are currently selling to refurbishment company directly. So I'm going with my colleagues to sell to the refurbishment companies. The idea is to get as close as to the customer as possible. So and the idea is to go to the refurbishment companies and architects. That's our market, to avoid many people putting the hand and growing up the cost. So we are trying to take, actually we are purchasing windows and we are doing the product with the windows as well.
Okay, doke, that's it. Oh, do we have time? Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. You were mentioning before that you are willing, your vision is to reduce the consumption of Russian oil. So my question is, first, is manufacturing those windows take too much time and is it complicated? And on the other hand, yes, you are reducing consumption of oil, but also you need some oil material maybe to manufacture those stuff. So is there any strategy for you also to be eco-friendly manufacturing those tools, those products?
I mean, it needs to be a short answer, Guillermo.
Okay. Well, basically what we are giving, we are changing the mindset from actually losing energy to you will be able to produce. So that's a big change. If in a house you are normally measuring how much you are avoiding to lose, now you will be able to produce. And by producing, you will be able to supply others and you will be able to save a lot of energy. Energy is oil at the end of the day. So if you can power up your own home, you are actually contributing to less gas turn it on and less fuel. And this actually helping the future. And not only is about future, it's about your own pocket. You will save a lot of money. Because each kilowatt can be 40, 50, let's see in 1 year, how much does it cost?
Excellent. Thank you, Guillermo. Next one, Eric, GS Renewables. So you need to click through to your presentation, the big green button, you can't miss it. And off we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Eric Vaughan. I'm a co-founder of GS Renewable. I'm here to talk to you today about modular heat pump plant rooms. GS Renewable help businesses with high demand for heating, cooling, hot water and steam to save 80% in operational cost and achieve 100% decarbonisation with a plug-and-play modular heat pump plant room. We've all experienced the dramatic rise in fuel costs in recent years, none more so than businesses. Global demand for decarbonisation is at an all-time high as a new generation of consumers expect suppliers to produce energy-efficient products. And mandatory ESG reporting in the EU mean businesses are going to be faced with no option other than to take real meaningful impact in their carbon emissions. Our modular plant rooms provide proven technology with existing customers. Modular design minimises disruption to the customer and allows for future scalability should the customer's needs change. We can provide 140 degrees Celsius maximum flow temperature, which means we can meet demand for energy-intensive processes like textiles manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and distilling. Our plant rooms have an average heating COP of 4.3 and an average cooling COP of 3.8. This means they're 430% more efficient than direct electrical heating and 255% more efficient than traditional cooling methods. Based on our current pipeline, our average unit price is 2.05 million, but this can vary depending on the size of the project and the customer's requirements. GS Renewable have a proven track record in heat pump system design and installation. We've won 18 industry awards for heat pump system design, and our founders have over 40 years of experience. We have offset over 47 million tonnes of carbon between us, equivalent to 2.35 billion euros at today's prices. And we're industry leaders as members of the European Heat Pump Association, Green Tech Alliance, and as advisors to a number of government bodies in different countries. Our current sales pipeline shows 1.23 billion spread over the next 3 years across the three sectors in the market that we're targeting: district heating, manufacturing, and hotel groups. We asked for an investment of 2.2 million euros to grow our current team of 7. 20% we'll put towards hiring sales talent and developing a strong sales program. 50% we'll use to upgrade our production facility and grow our production team in anticipation of growing demand. And 30% we'll use to hire a marketing team to nurture our brand and partake in strategic industry events. Our modular heat pump plant rooms can produce heating, cooling, hot water and steam cleaner and more cheaply than it's ever been available before. Thank you.
Well done. Anybody, any questions? Okay, the questions are starting to dry up. Brendan, come up with a clever question. Ed also.
What do you think the score is going to be between Argentina and the Netherlands tonight?
I have no idea.
Okay, no, that wasn't my question. You have the possibility of raising capital in Ireland.
Yes.
So really you're looking for, ideally, match funding. Would you, I mean, you could potentially get 500,000 or so domestically. Would your ask to a VC now be for slightly less than 2.2?
Absolutely, we'd be open to that, yeah.
Yeah. And what's your revenue target over the next, say, 24, 36 months?
So our target for 2023 is 8.9 million, and for 2024 it's 18 million.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ed?
Great presentation. Just, Eric, what's the pipeline? Who are the most ideal customers?
Yeah, so for us at the moment, we're targeting, as I said, 3 sectors at the moment that we have customers in: district heating, manufacturing, and hotel groups. But really for us, it's anyone who has an energy-intensive business. So particularly with supply chain and manufacturing, there's a really great opportunity for decarbonisation, considering how energy-intensive some of those processes can be. And at the moment, as I said, we're working on some projects that are in the manufacturing sphere and distilleries as well. Or another way.
It sounds like your sales cycle might be quite long. How long is it for some of those?
The sales cycle can be very long, yeah.
And how can you reduce that? Is there any way
so
of
it's a really good question, actually. So for us at the moment, again, the bigger the project seems to get, the longer the sales cycle becomes. And one of the inhibitors or blockers at the moment has actually been government grants. At the moment, there are so many grants available in the EU, and I'm sure other businesses have experienced similar circumstances, but because of the due diligence required as it's taxpayers' money, it can really slow down a project at the beginning. One of the big problems with that as well is the actual losses for the business due to the time lost from installation. And in some instances, for really energy-intensive businesses, it can actually outweigh the benefit of the grant.
Tell us about your deal in Germany.
Yes, so so you may have noticed in our sales pipeline, it takes a very dramatic spike in year 2. We actually have a project in hand at the moment. It's a project that a part owner of this project is our German partner, and it's a district heating system not far from Berlin, actually, which will be 2.4 billion euros over 4 years.
And nearly guaranteed as a sale?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, very quick, Brendan.
No, just, you mentioned pharma in particular, yes. and we all, well, pharma requires a huge amount of energy,
yes,
particularly in the manufacturing side. So how big a pharma installation can your facility be adopted for?
We really have no limit to the size in a sense. At the moment, the supplier we're using for the heat pumps that power our plant rooms, we can get up to 5 megawatts in a single unit. So there's really no limit.
Cool, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dimitri and Alexandra from Light Mirror, please. Or Dimitri, all on your own. Okay, fair enough. Take your time. Do you want me to hold something for you?
Okay.
Okay, timer on, let's go.
So hello, my name is Dimitri from startup Light Mirror, and today I will talk to you about Russia aggression in Ukraine and what is the impact on hospital. So Russia aggression is threatening hospital system in Ukraine, mainly because hospitals are a place where you don't get a lot of sunlight in building, and this is very energy intensive building. So Ukrainian needs right now to operate in dark without lighting and also without heating in building during blackouts. But we have found a cost-effective way to deliver sunlight to this room and ensure at least 30% of the energy needs, even during a blackout during the day. And our goal is to bring sunlight to healthcare facilities in Ukraine, but also then in Europe. Our idea is to install very big reflective panel on the roof of the building or on the top of the facade to redirect the sunlight from the roof to the windows of another building. So the problem of energy in hospital is a very latent problem and very huge one, and it became an emergency in Ukraine when Russia destroyed around 40% of the energy facilities. And we decided with our consortium to make the pivot and to try to help Ukraine to rebuild this hospital, but also other very critical facilities. So the value we are bringing is, first, we are cheaper than classical renovation. The construction work, we target to make them in 2 weeks. And finally, the material, we use very low amount of material, which is very important with the supply chain problem right now. The additional value that we have compared to insulation or classical techniques is that by bringing sunlight, we also reduce the length of stay of patients in hospital and improve the overall well-being of people in buildings. So this is the market. It's quite a huge market, and in the next 10 years, like each country, it will be around 150 billion euros per country to improve hospital. In general, we have 2 Ukrainian hospitals right now, one in Poland and also one care home in Vilnius, where we are from. We are from Lithuania. This is our team. So we met in Y Combinator almost a year ago. And right now, our main focus is to allow hospital to ensure operation during potential blackouts, to do renovation, and to apply to big EU funding with our consortium and partners.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, anybody?
Thank you. It's really so creative idea. I liked it. But if we are solving this problem in winter, and it's really nice how we are getting the light, but what's your solution in summer, and especially that nowadays we are getting too much sun in Europe, like other countries as well. So if you are solving the problem in winter, what are we doing in summer?
So we have different type of panels. So we have some panels that reflect 100% of the light, and we have some panels that reflect only visible light without the UV and infrared part. So you will get, we will make the calculation, so you get the sunlight in the room without having too much heating during summer. And in some case, we also redirect the panel during the summer, so to not target the building in summer, but target the building in winter only.
Eliana?
Yes. So how are you going to scale?
I don't think the startup will scale itself. We are working right now with other architects and a very big consortium in Ukraine, so we will do pilot projects. And after, I think, either the government or either EU will give the fund to scale the solution across Ukraine, because it's very fast renovation and it's needed. And it will not be us. We are using stakeholders, other construction company. We are just architecture company providing the plan. So,
is that IP protected, or is there any protection on your technology?
So yes, not on the panel directly, but on synergy with other things. Yes, we have, and also our consortium also have patents on other stuff. So,
okay. Brendan, thank you.
You tell us, Dimitri, about the consortium, and you meant that you have a reference there to Q1 2.5 million EU grant. Is that a European Innovation Council application, or what is that grant?
So there is the EIC Accelerator 1. We are in stage 2. So this will be for first part of 2023, but we also apply to EU New Barros and Horizon funding. And we will apply to also one EU Life funding for several hospitals and to test also different things, not only our solution.
Okay, that's it. Time's up. Next one. Georg. Far away, so you need to run. Georg of Parastruct. Microphone, green button, deep breath. Go for it.
Hello, I'm Georg from Parastruct. And the construction industry uses resources like one cargo economy, in which the herd, after grazing, moves on. In Austria, the biggest waste potential in Austria, excavated material and construction demolition waste are the biggest waste group. And they are still growing, not only in Austria, but worldwide. In construction, there's a little recycling, because the most materials after the life cycle ends up in landfills or in downcycling. What's our solution? Our solution you can see in front of me. That's our 3D printed, recyclable building components. What we produce with our special binder, with our circular binder, what can bind every bulk material, every solid material. And we use this mix in the 3D printer to produce new application. And so we can give the waste, construction waste, a value. Architects like it a lot. and why is now the right moment for our technology? Because the megatrends automation, 3D printing, personalization, decarbonization, and circular economy are speaking for us. What's the deal? We give our local partners a license. What's the market size? The market size, the blue ocean, we surf in the blue ocean, and this blue ocean has a market size, about 40 billion euro. And our potential customers are everybody in the construction industry with waste. Our value proposition is our customers can achieve sustainable goals and catch the trash at the same time. What is the magic? We are the only one in our field who can deliver full circular solutions. What about the finance? In the first seed round, we will bring investors on the board, and we are raising 500K. And that's the team. That's Gregor, he's the product developer. Freya is chemist. Kilian is circular development engineer. Simone is architect, and I'm the 3D printing expert. Circular economy will enter in the construction. It will be the norm in the construction in the future. And we have the team, we have the pain, we have the solution and the technology, and we have minimum viable products to solve the waste problems in the constructions. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Dennis has a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great pitch. Looking at that, and especially with your expertise in adaptive manufacturing, are you printing the bricks and you use them in a conventional way, or are you also planning to have a restructuring on how to build houses in general with your kind of product?
We now, in the moment, are not printing bricks, or we are only this is an acoustic panel. We are making low-tech building applications like panels and other things, and molds also for the building industry, precasting molds and these things. We don't print something for about house because there are too many legal issues. We don't print houses. Okay, here in Germany, some companies are printing houses, but that makes sense. We make these things, acoustic panels and all kinds of panels and other things you can make with this waste. Also molds for the construction. And
so tell us about the 5 clients that you've already signed up and the value of those clients.
Yes, we have 2 months ago, we have our first pitch in Vienna, and we have got 5 clients from this pitch from different areas, and we work now with these clients from different areas. There are real estate developer, there are contractor, and there are also raw materials producers or building material producers, and they are working now together with us, and they tell us their problems, and so the problems is bigger than I think when I developed that, because it's a really big problem of this fine-grained building waste. Yeah.
And how much are those clients worth, you think, if it all goes to plan? How much are they worth on an annual basis, turnover-wise?
Yes, the clients, the real estate owner is the biggest real estate owner in Austria, and the contractor is also a big, he makes...
Give me a number.
I don't know. The contractor, I think, they make 700 million revenue, and I think with this technology in their recycle center, they can make 10 or 20 million revenue in new revenue. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Shailendra. With Freflet. Shailendra is from Portugal, and he moved over to Dublin for the weather.
Hi, my name is Shailendra Tomar. I'm CEO of Preflet. It's a clean tech startup. We reduce carbon footprint from buildings with energy, data, and AI. As we are living in energy crisis, as we all know, 40% of the world's energy is being consumed by the buildings. And just for you to know, last year there were 350 million people were affected by blackouts or power outages. That means we really reached to the peak of the consumption. Deep dive in this problem, most of the buildings do not have BMS, EMS. According to EU reports, 75% of them are inefficient. And there is a potential to save 30% that we are not doing. And the company that feel this pain, some of them are working with us, our clients. And our deal is we harness the energy data with AI in building that can reduce cost, predict disruptions, and optimize consumption so that we can contribute toward net zero emission. How we do it is we have built a platform, as you can see on the right. We monetize the data. We detect the anomaly, and then we go outside it, and using the metadata, even now we have official support from European Space Agency, surface temperature, heat losses, and we give measures that you can implement. Once you implement, you see the dip happening in real time. And compared to our competitors, we are ahead. Most of them are focused on reports, and we give actions. And we want to make an AI self-serving platform for all the building owners. About the market, it's $1 billion market. According to our bottom-up estimates, if we go conservative approach, we can go from 1.5 to 4.5 million in next 2 to 3 years. Then about our visibility, we are in this program, stage 2. We are doing pilots in urban tech. We have been to all the European tech events. We are surrounded by AWS, Microsoft, European Space Agency, Nova. This is our team. Although we are based in Portugal, but we are very international. We are data scientists, software engineers, and we have worked with big companies, so we know what to do. About our roadmap, we have a clear roadmap for next 3 years. So we want to first wanted to prove the value that it works, the technology. Now we are going to a couple of pilots. And then once it is done, we want to improve the UX and then scale up to the technology across Europe. And this is our team. Please help us making impact. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done. Anybody, any questions? Tell me about the clients you've signed up so far.
Sorry?
The clients you've signed up so far.
So right now we are working with a big German company called PreZero. We have a 4-year contract with them. We are managing thousands of assets. Now we are going to upscale to 3 more cities. Then we are also working with the energy agency. But we want to go in the private space with companies that are in real estate. Some of them we met in some of the hackathons and events that we are working on right now with them.
Dimitri, yeah, Dennis, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I would have 2 questions on that.
Yes.
First one, what needs to happen within the infrastructure of the asset to create this kind of data points you need for your platform? And speaking about customer lifetime value, how long would you expect someone uses your interface before the system has learned in itself what needs to happen and you get obsolete in your system in itself?
Okay, so about the first point, first of all, we are a hardware-less solution, okay? So we use the data from existing systems like smart meters and stuff, and even external data from satellite and other stuff. So we do not have the problem of the acquisition. About our customer, once you implement this kind of solution, as you can see, this market is competitive, but there's a huge gap. So if we implement it, people don't want to change. So if we take, imagine our average value between 4,000 to 12,000 spending that can be done by one client if they have 3 buildings. Our bottom-up estimates, they don't want to change. This is the value for each year they would spend.
Both questions answered? Tell me about the space agency, because that's super cool.
Okay, so right now we are got accepted with European Space Agency. What we are going to do, once we have a lot of buildings, so right now we have like about hundreds of building benchmarking data. If we work on a bigger space, we can capture the heat maps of the building and the energy losses, and then we can correlate this information with the actual consumption, and then we can bring it the efficiency that we need for the future. So this is the whole goal. It can even be used in future for disruptions and other areas of business.
Ed?
Yeah. Tell me, in terms of your pipeline, who are you going after? Who's on in your what are the most ideal clients?
Yeah, so
you'd like to
ideal
get?
client at the moment we are right now targeting are the real estate housing servicing companies, facility companies, environmental agency, the one that are connected with the buildings, the private or public buildings. They manage the energy for them or service the building, you know, because they don't have this kind of infrastructure, most of them.
How are you doing your marketing and sales?
So right now we have Francesca, she's the one and then we meet people on events, and now we are building a CRM pipeline to automate some of the process of the interaction.
Okay, thank you, Shailendra. Relearn, Ricardo. Green button, microphone, deep breath.
Okay. So, ciao, I'm Riccardo and I'm here to talk to you about Relearn. What we do is to provide a measurement tool for waste for all the companies who want to go net zero. What we do is measure the material you are producing and the recycling rate. So, two important information if you want to go zero waste. Company does not have this information at the moment, so what they do is to estimate their waste production, but this is a problem because you won't reach so easily zero waste goal without using a data-driven approach, and also there's a huge risk to not be compliant with the new European regulation CSRD that won't allow any sustainability disclosure without measured data. So we created Nando. Nando is a plug-and-play sensor that is sticked on already existing bin, and thanks to the artificial intelligence, it recognizes all the objects you throw inside a bin. We provide this information to our customer using a dashboard, and what we do, the most important thing we do is to involve all the office community into a carbon insetting process by improving recycling, correcting the most common mistake our sensor detects. So we provide both a monitoring solution and also an active solution to reduce the emission from the waste. And what we ask in exchange is a subscription fee. Our customers are all the companies who are active in ESG reporting. That at the moment, this number is expected to grow dramatically in the next 2 years by 400% because of the new European regulation CSRD. About our competitors, we are different for 3 main points. We are different value proposition. We are proposing also an emission reduction service. We are using a different technology, a camera, and we are working into European landscape while our competitors are working on US. 8 months traction. We have a good traction. We have 12 important customers. We have also 100% of renewals, and we have 300 installation in pipeline. Okay. Our strategy, we want to remove the hardware from our current operation by partnership with vending machine operators. We want to grow in the next month in Italy and expand our business in Europe. And what we want to do in the next years is also to expand our service to industrial waste. To do this, we need 1 million euros that will be spent in 80 months to reach 227 MRR, an ambitious goal for an ambitious team. This is the team of Relearn, a team made by young people with 4 or 5 years of experience. We are very different people, but that work very well together because we have one ambitious goal. Use technology to help people make the right choice, because our waste is just a matter of choice. Our choice, the wrong one. Thank you.
Well done. Awesome. Thank you.
Emotion.
Well done. Any questions? Please, thank you.
For the product, what kind of garbage is it able to detect? Because I know like microplastics and all these other kind of garbage can be very hard to detect. Is the solution able to detect that? And if it's not, like what can it not? Yeah.
We are not detecting microplastics, we are detecting the object. So we can recognize you throw a plastic bottle. 99% of the plastic bottles are made by PET. So that's the material detection we do. We detect the object, and then by post-process we add weight and material.
Thank you.
Emmanuel.
Hello, I'm curious about
the impact of your operation. So would you say that do you have more impact on preventing people to throw the wrong things out, so on the educational part, or do you have more impact on measuring that after people throw it out wrongly or correctly?
The most important impact is to prevent the waste production, but at the moment we are not that good in that. We are improving recycling. That's our current operation. We know that this is not the best thing to do, but this is what we can do at the moment. So we are detecting error in the waste disposal, and we are communicating to people how to solve it. What we want to do is to help people choose alternative product based on the most consumed one. For example, if you have a paper cups, we can advise the company to say, okay, let's provide mug instead of paper cups. That is a zero waste solution. And that's what we want to do next. But at the moment, we are just helping people sorting better.
Do you produce those cameras yourself, or do you outsource that?
Both. We buy sensor from a sensor. Sensor is a sales terms.
Yeah.
We are using camera. We buy camera from Amazon, and we assemble by our own, and we print the case, the plastic case of the sensor by our own at the moment.
Okay. And is there a data play behind it at the end? All the data that you're collecting, can you do other things with that as well as a revenue model?
With the data?
With all the data that you collect from all those wastes?
We cannot use that data at the moment because of privacy for customers. So at the moment, we are just giving to the customer his own data.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Dennis has another question.
My question would be very close to the other one before that. If we have all these improvements, for example, as you said, go with cups instead of paper and stuff like that, stop printing all the stuff, how long would you think will your customers stick with you if all those improvements have happened?
I think not that long, but it's not that easy to do for all the kind of material you are producing. So try to substitute all the waste is not easy. So hopefully, yeah, if we do a good job, we are not necessary anymore. So we will move into the industrial waste world. But yeah, I think this is not a thing that will happen tomorrow. But yeah, customer won't need us if we work better.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Next one. Garvin from Terratonics. Terratonics. Tonics, anyway, doesn't matter, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Garvin Quish. I'm one of the co-founders of Terratonics, and I look after all things commercial for the company. So Terratonics, as the name might imply, is all about healing the earth. And our goal is to reduce and provide a sustainable alternative to concrete. So the reality today is that we are building a lot smarter houses. They're being built in factories, they're better insulated, there's less houses being built on site with concrete blocks, but we're ignoring one very important thing, the platform that the houses are built on. So these days, we are still manufacturing 65 billion tons of concrete, which is an enormous amount, and it does an extraordinary amount of damage to the environment. It's second to the agricultural industry in terms of CO2 emissions, 10%. It consumes 10% of the world's global drinking water. It concerns 12 billion tons of sand, which is a finite resource. It's also very, very expensive, and it also takes a long time for it to cure when you pour it in the ground, so it's slow. So Terratonics have come up with an alternative to concrete, which is called the Terrapod system. And it completely eliminates the requirement for concrete. It's a pedestal system connected by structural beams, but it's extremely strong. The Terrapods are manufactured using an industrial polymer called Nyrum. The system is patented. It's recyclable, so you can use the Terrapods again. It's extremely fast installation, 1 day in many cases. It's currently being certified across a number of different countries, and it's extremely cost effective when it comes to the overall cost comparing it to concrete. This is an example of how the system can look. We engineered the ground underneath the system, and then the terrapods are joined by structural beams, and the house is built on top of it. So the whole foundation, as I said, can be actually installed literally in one day. The traction that we're getting at the moment is quite considerable. We've got a Spanish and a Belgian partner. They provide sustainable homes, and all of them are now going to include the Terrapod as a foundation system. We have signed a deal with a large laundrette company who are installing modular laundrettes in Tesco's and Lidl's across the UK and Ireland, and we're going to be providing the foundation system and the building shells with them as well. We've engaged with McDonald's International, especially in particular McDonald's in France, to supply foundation systems for new sustainable restaurants in France as well. In terms of financials, we raised 250,000 this time last year, and we're going to the market early next year to raise 1.5 million. In terms of sales, they have been slow to build up, but in the last 3 months we've had 22,000 euros worth of sales. So sales are now starting to build up for us.
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello? Yep. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the great pitch. Super interesting. I'm wondering, can you tell us a little bit more about the unit economics of your pods?
The what, sorry?
The unit economics. So what are the margins?
The unit price. We'll sell them at about 450 units, 450 euros per unit. We can get them manufactured for less than about 175 at the moment, and with economies of scale that can reduce even further. There is a finite price because Nairm is quite a difficult liquid to deal with, so we'll never get it below like 100 euros, but it should be around 150 or so.
Okay, impressive. Maybe as a follow-up question, and how much education is needed in order to convince building owners to basically purchase your product?
Quite a lot in the UK and Ireland, but very little in Europe because the attitude towards sustainable construction is much healthier. And we're finding a lot of builders are coming to us, and even an architect in Dubai, an engineering company in Dubai has heard about us, approached us and want to use the system to build a sustainable hotel in the desert. So we're targeting Europe more so, but that's where there's more interest in sustainability. I think in our home markets, they're very, very slow to adopt new technology.
How much are the cost savings compared to your system compared to using concrete?
It will depend on the size of the base, but we'll save at least 10% in overall cost. But equally as important is the speed, because if you're waiting for 30 days to concrete to cure, time is money. So if we can install this system in one day, it has a huge advantage for developers and builders.
So on a project of $1 million, how much would I save?
On a project of $1 million, well, to put it in perspective, foundations generally cost about 10% of the overall cost of a build. So if you're saying the foundations in that case would be 100,000, you'd be saving probably 10,000 on the foundation alone, but you'd also be saving time as well.
And how much time then in money?
Well, that's a difficult conversion. You could be saving 29 days.
Okay.
Sorry, 3 weeks.
You said installation course is 29 days. 29 days fewer, right?
Sorry, the installation time for concrete to cure is 30 days approximately.
Okay, what was the production time compared to same unit of concrete production?
Sorry, say that again?
What is the production time, time of production compared to time of production for concrete compared to?
To produce a terrapod itself?
Yeah, same unit, same volume of Nairm, for example, compared to same unit of
essentially, we have a partner factory in Ireland, and their maximum capacity they can produce per year is 10,000 of these terrapods per year. So once we exceed that, we'll be looking to build a new factory in mainland Europe. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure if it actually did or not, but
all good, thanks.
Okay.
Perfect. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last one, over. Solite. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. Okay. So you don't need your green clicker then. Okay. Ready?
Hello, everyone.
My name is Ofer Becker. I'm CTO and co-founder of Solite. We are an Israeli startup that provides sunlight in buildings, as you can see in this example. We started out as a lean two-man team with my younger brother acting as CEO, taking care of the business side, while I was the mad scientist on the roof trying to harness the sun. And we were very fortunate when ramping up last year to add Maayan to our team. She's been a great driving force in Solite, single-handedly responsible for all our commercial success this past year. So, people need sunlight. We have evolved for thousands of years under natural sunlight, and this is synchronizing our daily rhythms. Yet, recently, we have moved into cities. We spent more than 90% of our time in buildings, and we are hurting because of that. It really damages our health. And then there's, of course, the energy aspect. So we created a static, efficient sunlight harvesting system, typically placed on a sunny roof or facade, acting very much like a periscope, collecting the sunlight, transferring it into dark areas within your building, inner rooms, underground floors, etc. It took us 6 years to develop. It's not so easy as it seems. And after those 6 years, we've managed to reach this combination of high efficiency and simplicity, which resulted in 2 patents and also a 20-year lifespan. Altogether, we provide much more value for money, typically delivering 3 times more light, 4 times under cloudy conditions, and we uniquely can tailor the heat intake so we can be heating in winter, non-heating in summer. So, as so many people mentioned before me, buildings are a huge problem in terms of emission. We are a valid, positive, significant solution to reduce building OPEX by up to 35%. But the real reasons, I think, are here. As I said before, sunlight benefits people, and these segments are really where people can benefit from our solution. So the market is huge and growing, driven by the daylighting standard, Ukraine war, raising energy prices, and the recent EU mandate making all non-residential buildings net zero by 2030. We're an excellent solution to these problems. Currently ramping up in Israel, moving from POCs to larger projects, providing light for urban renovation, industry, sheltered homes, etc. We are seeking to venture into European markets, seeking synergistic partners and investors. We have raised 2 million so far in grants, 1 million from private equity, and we're asking for a further 5 million, which will help us bring sunlight to life. Thank you very much.
Well done, thank you. Any questions? I have one, then. Explain the difference of a hospital with a patient in sunlight compared with a patient that's in the dark and the recovery rate.
So that is actually highly beneficial, as mentioned before. Sunlight actually helps us recover faster, improving sleep quality, lowering stress levels, and by average, giving a 30% improvement in faster patient recovery. Actually.
So if I have sunlight in a room, the patient is out of that room 30% faster?
30% faster. Faster turnaround with the same amount of rooms.
Okay. What are you looking for in European partners?
So we have been looking into different types of potential partners. We've been looking at construction companies, energy retrofit suppliers, and even lighting companies we've been speaking with, which we think are possible partners for us.
Over who is your ideal customer? Who are you going to get a foothold in?
So let me just mention what we've been doing in Israel. I think that's a good test case. We've been doing a lot of educational facilities. Municipalities are big customers. Industry and residential are the places we're getting a lot of traction. We're also very interested in indoor agriculture. We think there's a big room to grow in that because we provide ideal lighting for plants, so there's a lot to be done there.
And the nature of your business then would suggest that you would be, an optimum scenario would be that you would be part of a consortium, architects, engineers potentially. Would that be the case? I mean, how easy is it to operate alone or solo with this product compared to being part of a design consortium, if you like?
It really depends, I would say, on the project type. In new buildings, the time scale is a bit long and usually a lot of collaboration. But for retrofits, we've managed to install a complete system in 3 weeks. So sometimes it's really that simple in many cases.
Why would I not just buy, because I was talking to an architect, and why would I not just buy Philips lights instead of sunlight?
Interesting question. Actually, we've been talking to Philips several years ago, and they told us that although they have a fabulous system, natural sunlight is always much better. They were saying that to us. Okay, so that's one reason. The second reason, the Philips system, as good as it may get, still uses a lot of energy. So
Good man. Okay.
you get our energy for free.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And that is it. So thanks for coming. And now, before we start drinking enormous amounts of glue wine and watch the match this evening, I will give Eliana the word. And just to say that everything you see here is down to Eliana. She's done an enormous amount of work to get this event done, so she really deserves a... And thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much to still be around. So it has been a really long day, so for all of us. But I just want to go to the formality to thanks. So first of all the startups, thanks to come to Berlin and make this happen. Without you, well, we were like this whole event won't make sense. So we're very happy with your solutions. We want to also thank Ron as the lead coach of the program. So you do, the fact that they pitches, the quality of the pitches are so amazing. It's thanks to you and Aideen and so Ora. So she couldn't come from Dublin, but yeah, Brendan as well. So it's a huge effort. Benedict, so from the team. So we also want to thank the cities, all our partner cities. Very special to Berlin, the Senat. So they have support us. They have back up the program. Berlin partner, very special and very committed to give advice to the teams, especially in the batch of the cities team. We also have our very strong partner, Dublin City Council, advising, providing opportunities for teams, particularly in Dublin. Also Amber City, Hamburg and Best, they couldn't come, but they were very following, probably in streaming all your pitches. And the Lisbon City, they are very looking forward to continue being part of the program. We want to thank the investors and our corporate partners. We have had many type of corporate partners along the way over the last year and a half, but we want to especially thank CRH, based in Dublin, and of course our co-founders EIT, ClimAccelerator, so like we saw Amy before explaining the program, and also from Ed Murphy coming from Dublin, and so we're in the Green Tech Innovation Technology Park. So we appreciate you're also here and very active asking all the questions. That has been really amazing, all of you asking the questions, and also UNESA, the collaboration with UNESA, United Nations Agency. And then finally, so the reason why we are here in Adlershof, I want to especially thank Stefan Treba for all the support, and Raisa Arantes and all the tech team behind. Sorry, and don't get mad at me because we couldn't get all the together, all the pitches, but you have done an amazing job. Thank you so much. And so the final thing is, sorry if I'm missing someone to thank, but thank again all of you. And finally, you can see a lot of QR codes on that door and also in the registration. Please go and check them out. So there you can find us in LinkedIn, our social media, Zukunftsorte, WISTA, so you have the websites. You also have the startup brochure. It took an immense work to put all this together for all the startups. There you can find a summary of what we have seen today, like a fundraising traction for each of the teams, not only the ones that could come to Berlin physically, but also all the 22 teams we have been supporting. It's kind of like a really interesting. You can have a full overview of the program. Thank you so much. Now let's enjoy and get our glue wine.